Hi, everybody. Happy Saturday once again here at the Metrodome. We are live, and oh boy, I have had a bit of an interesting time trying to get things all ready to roll and getting things good to go. First and foremost, let's get on over here to the proper scene and let us catch up on a couple of quick things that I want to talk about before we get into this case. So, first and foremost, I do want to thank you very much for hanging out here live at twitch.tv/DanMetroArnold. Regardless if you are chatting with us tonight or not, I do want to give you a huge thanks for dropping on by. Of course, Lurker Shoutout is now active, so if you would like a free shoutout once per stream, you can come in, type the command !lurk in the chat. We'll give you an audible thanks for dropping on by. For those that are watching live, I have a VODs channel that all of our streams are being pushed over onto. As of tonight, every single stream from Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney, and Ace Attorney Dual Destinies is now on the YouTube channel. And I've got 3 streams left of this game before all of those can get all onto the whole system. And in fact, I'm actually working right now on getting the final streams of Spirit of Justice that we've recorded thus far uploaded and onto DMA Live Replayed so we can get that all going. So, right now we are uploading all the streams from the Apollo Justice Trilogy as well as the 2 streams from Windcraft. We're getting those all live. They will be scheduled out within the first couple weeks of April. And my intent is to have all of Apollo Justice Trilogy out within 1 week of the finale, which I'm going to be short by a couple days, but the finale is set for April 4th, and the final stream that I have scheduled is going to publish on April 13th. So we're just going to miss the mark by 48 hours, but I will say that is fantastic, and I wouldn't have it any other way. But I'm not here to just babble about what we're currently working on. I need to talk a little bit about what we're going to do for the rest of tonight and for this week. Tonight, we are going through Turnabout Storyteller. It is just a simple 2-part stream. There will be 1 intermission scheduled halfway through the trial, and it's just that. It is a trial. It is Athena's final case and Blackwill's true turnabout, as I had initially, full disclosure, a different title for this part. I initially wanted to go with the trial of a storyteller for all of this, but after giving it some extra thought, I realized this is Blackwill's true turnabout, and he deserves to have a little bit more love and support because he's finally going to be on the bench with us tonight. Prosecutor Blackquill, who has been a huge pain in the ace during the last games, is finally going to be on our side and helping us out, at least with a little bit of some vim and vigor, as he's going to be teaming up against Prosecutor Sadamati one final time. Now, of course, outside of that, it's basically, I've been gone for the last couple days, and yeah, everything is vastly underprepared as far as everyone involved in this case. But I assure you that this is definitely a case worth watching if you have just tuned in for the first time. First of all, what the heck have you been doing for the last 17-ish parts? This is the 18th stream of the Apollo Justice Trilogy, where we are playing through Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy, and this is Athena's time to shine for this case. I mentioned earlier, Phoenix has 3 cases, Apollo has 2 cases, and Athena gets a case all to herself, as well as gets to join in with Apollo in the other 2 cases as well. This is it. Up through Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Justice for All, there's been very few women that we've gotten a chance to play through during the series. We've had Maya Fey, Mia, and now we currently have Athena Cykes. Until Ace Attorney 7 comes out, this is the last chance in this series that we get to play as a female defense attorney. So give me some slack that I'm relishing in this moment just a little bit. Unfortunately, Phoenix is still over in the Kingdom of Khura'in, and Apollo Justice is stuck with Trucy, as we'll soon discover, getting set up for the magic show that Apollo's acting as her assistant. That means that Athena is going to be by herself. Wrong. As I mentioned, Simon Blackquill, a semi-psychologist prosecutor who first appeared in Dual Destinies, is joining the bench alongside Athena and will be helping out during some elements of this trial. As far as Ace Attorney goes, psychology is a simple matter of observing the witnesses and inferring their thoughts to influence them and get closer to the truth. But back to this present, we have a client to defend, and we have a reputation to precede of all of us. But before I get to that, just a couple more quick announcements. First of all, we have updated some of Stream Elements shenanigans. So I'm going to go and put this out so I can get that going. Obviously, the lure command is still in valid play, but I have just a quick little changelog here. I have compacted all of my timers to be all in one reel. So it will cycle out about every 45 minutes as long as there's one line that's been typed into the chat, which I have activated right now. So until the queue is played through, we will have links to the VODs channel, link to the Discord, link to my Mastodon page, and then finally a link to my link tree, all queued up to go out in about 45 minutes of each other, hopefully starting now. Other than that, we've got the transcript, we've got my notes, we've got various different things ready to roll. So let's go and get started with this, shall we? Oh, my apologies. I did miss one thing. Before we get started, I want to give another huge shout out to those of you that were hanging out with me during the last couple of Wingcraft streams. You all are fan-freaking-tastic, and you have gotten me super close to my followers goal of 25 followers. Where upon reaching this goal, I'm going to be revealing the next game that I'm targeting for April game cleaning. I'm currently working out the next set of incentives and bonuses, including adding in a donation goal for the next game. This will also be used, the donation goal will be used to help fund myself, fund Ben the Millennium, making sure that we get some commissionable videos out the door. So be on the lookout for more news and information on Mastodon, as I will be revealing that over the next 2 weeks. Then for schedule, tomorrow and Monday I will be offline yet again for Easter Sunday and Easter Monday as well. Tuesday, the 2nd, I will be back with part 19 of the Apollo Justice trilogy. We'll be playing through the United States half of Turnabout Revolution. That is expected to take about 4 to 5 hours, so be prepared for that. Of course, Wingcraft Wednesdays will be back on the 3rd, so be looking for that as well. And then Thursday, the 4th, we are going to have the finale of Apollo Justice trilogy. My goal is to start at 3 p.m., and we're going to go until Spirit of Justice is finished. So I'm going to try to go live early so I can get all my talking points discussed before we start. But a lot of my talking points are going to be saved for the following Friday stream. DMA Live will be back, where I'll just hang out on this channel for a little bit, and I'll just bring you over my notes for all of the Apollo Justice trilogy and talk about some other highlights and lowlights of the last couple of weeks. And then finally, I will talk a little bit more in detail about the next game. So you will get to hear the name of the game if I reach 25 followers between now and next Friday, but you will get the full trailer for the game, as well as some talking points about what I'm planning on covering and what I will be evading, to say the least, when that comes around. And then the first stream of that new game will be on Saturday, Saturday, April 6th at 3 p.m. Central, and we'll be playing until 9 p.m. Other than that, thank you very much for hanging out with me all of this time. I am done with all my pre-ramble. Now let's get into this, shall we? For this adventure, we are literally going to be dealing with just Turnabout Storyteller. And again, it is all just trial day 1. There is a split point halfway through this case that I'll be talking about, but I'll cover that in more proper detail. For now, let us load in from our save point, and let us get right into the trial of the Storyteller, shall we? Episode 4, Turnabout Storyteller.
Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What time is it? It's 9, 10, 11.
Shisho's dead? No. Do you think he did it? Oh no! If he did, then what do we do? Hey, pull yourself together. Don't worry, I have an idea. May 13th, 9:49 a.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 6. Before I get started, that is not a typo. That is, in fact, literally the shortest gap in the canon series between the two cases. The right of the Turnabout was literally just a few hours before the start of this trial. It was less than 48 hours to go. And it's almost entirely disconnected from the overall narrative of the rest of this game, despite not being a special episode. Naoya Samadi, of course, is a prosecutor of this case, and will be making offhand comments about various different things, including knowing Athena Cykes. Even Phoenix Wright is not in this episode. The only time this has ever happened in the main series, apart from a little bit in the, well, I guess some scenes for the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. There is a option where you can go through an entire episode without coming across Phoenix Wright. I, of course, did not do that. Although many other episodes have standalone narratives, they tend to contain story elements that are loosely tied to the overall narrative. The self-contained Ace Attorney stories was something that they had wanted to do for a while for the developers, inspired by how Trials and Tribulations episode Recipe for Turnabout helped expand the scale of the Ace Attorney world beyond the main plot lines. Like I said, this is the first chance that Athena gets a chance to be a part of this case. And speaking of which, where is Athena right now? What the heck? Who brings the defendant to his own trial late? The request was so last minute, I didn't even get a chance to talk with my client. He's making his name appointed. My name is Athena Cykes. Armed with analytical psychology and a full arsenal of legal know-how, I'm a fully competent defender of the Right Anything Agency. Though, I wish my client would show up already. The trial's about to start. It appears we made it just in time. Where have you been? The trial's about to start, Simon! You needn't get so worked up, Athena. His boldness can wait. There's no way he'd wait for me! And besides, why would I start off on the wrong foot with him right out of the gate? Dealing with such matters is part of it being a lawyer, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, well, covering for your lateness is not. Still but a rank amateur, I see. This is Simon Blackquill. He may not look it, but he's actually a prosecutor and a psychology specialist. He and I go way back. As for our shared specialization in psychology, we're both disciples of the same person, so to speak. But he's kind of my senior, I guess. But twisted sense of humor or no, I wish he'd stop treating me like a child all the time. So, we're right, Dono and Justice, Dono. Mr. Wright is abroad, and Apollo is helping Tuesday for the magic show. Didn't I tell you? The what? So neither one of them are here, leaving you to take this on alone. Yep. Ye gods. All right, Donald, back. It's not too late. Oh no, not too late at all. You only need to know how to teleport. Very well. Then I will settle for justice, Dono. Go grab him by the horns and drag him here. Apollo is literally in the middle of a show, Simon. You may not want to admit it, but I've got what it takes to take on this case. Just leave this to me and go watch from the gallery. As your defense derails in a spectacular fashion. No, as I win the heck out of this trial. I'll be okay, promise. So I better look off your face already, will you? Anyway, I take it the guy behind you is... Yes, he's your... So asleep again. Hoi, Bucky! Wake up! Oh, what do you do that for, Sammy? This is our client. Who's this yellow chickadee? She is your lawyer, such as it were. I'd say she's more green than yellow, however. Lawyer? She sure doesn't look it, does she? Is she like your fellow apprentice or something? Something like that. I've known her longer than I've known you. You could say we're bound to one another. Oh, okay. Well then, I guess I better call her Ms. Chickadee then. Simon, this guy's not only rude, but he's 3 sheets to win at his own trial. I know we just met, but I'm about ready to give him a piece of my mind. Do as you will. Just save it for after the trial. Ms. Chickadee. Don't call me that. How do you? Simon here is an old friend of mine. I'm a 4th generation head chef for Wet Soba. Wet noodle number 4. Bucky Wet. Nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you too, Mr. Wet. So he can pull himself together when he wants to. Ugh. Well, the trial wasn't starting in a few minutes. Having been accused of a murder that only occurred yesterday, I'm afraid it's taken a toll on the poor boy. And you happen to be there at the theater where it all happened too, right? They said they found a Raku-GO storyteller murdered in his dressing room. Indeed. The victim, Master Storyteller Typho Tenido, was a longtime patron of Wet Soba. Master Tenido had been looking after Bucky ever since Wet Noodle number 3 passed away. I see. So the victim was kind of like a father to the defendant, huh? That stupid old fart? Like a father? No way. He was always dishing my soba. How dare you speak ill of him? Running your mouth like that is why they suspected you of his murder in the first place. Now pull yourself together. Number 3 must be rolling in his grave. But Simon! The police! No one believes me! They won't listen to me! Looks like she's still in shock from the whole ordeal. Don't worry, Mr. Wet. Everything's gonna be alright. I'm gonna defend you with everything I've got. You're in good hands now. You mean You believe me, ma'am? Of course! No matter what, I'll believe in you to the very end. Gee whiz, Miss Chickadee. Now, come on, I need you to shape up. Just like those al dente noodles of yours. Yes, ma'am. My soba is the freshest. Mr. Wing? Oh, Bucky, you great big puddock. So, how exactly do you know this guy? I used to frequent with Soba, and still do in fact, so I've known him since he was a lad. And that's why his father, Master Tornado, were always so good to me. I didn't know you liked Soba so much, Simon. I wouldn't expect one such as you, who eats meat slapped between slabs of bread, to understand the delicate taste and subtle textures imparted by buckwheat flour. Hey, that's just rude! I digress. I'm all about flavor and subtlety and stuff. If I let what Soba end like this, I'll never be able to face number 3 or Master Tornado in the next life. Ah, I see. And that's why you came to me. You wanted someone you could trust. It was never my intention to ask you. I'll show him. I'll show him I can handle it just fine. Well, I believe it's just about time. What? We haven't probably discussed the case yet. What's the matter? You look nervous, Athena. Don't tell me you're chickadeeing out. I'm just trembling with the excitement of battle, that's all. Let's do this. Come on, Mr. Wed, get up off the floor. We've got a case to win. Yes, Miss Chickadee. I'm gonna do my best.
Wet soba, wet soba, wet soba, wet soba, wet soba.
Hello. 2 bowls of noodles? Sorry, sir, no can do. Kinda busy at the courthouse. Huh? They hung up. Okay, let's do this. He's not going to do himself or his case any favors like this, Simon. Maybe we should let him go get some rest somewhere? Let me rest? Maybe if I were a lump of regular flour dough for udon noodles. But I'm fresh, like my soba. You don't let soba dough rest. It's all about the free freshes. Grind the buckwheat seeds fresh, cut the dough fresh, and boil the noodles fresh. He's blacked out. Oh boy. Just knew something like this would happen. Simon, what are these free freshes that soba that he was talking about? First, buckwheat seeds or groats are ground to make buckwheat flour. Then dough made with the flour is cut with a large rectangular knife into noodles. And finally, the buckwheat noodles are boiled. Each step is done immediately, one after the other, so that the soba is fresh when eaten. Oh, so that's what he meant. I don't want him to make any soba right now, though, that's for sure. Athena, this is no time for adult chatter. You need to get into the courtroom now. And just remember, as a prosecutor, I will be unable to lend you a hand. So don't expect any help from my quarter. There you go, treating me like I'm incompetent again. For your information, I wasn't planning on asking you for help anyway. Just you wait, Simon. I'll show you. Mr. Wright and Apollo may not be here, but that's alright. I can do this on my own. Yeah, sure you can. Also, I just realized, May 13th, 9:50 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 4. We're back in the same old courtroom, and it's been nicely cleaned up for us all. Court is now in session. All rise. Court is now in session for the trial of Bucky Wet. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is fully prepared, Your Honor. What's this? No prayer this time, Prosecutor Sudmuddy. That is correct, Your Honor. To expedite the proceedings, I completed them beforehand in the lobby. Well, how very thoughtful of you. By the way, what brings you back into this country? Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth himself called on me to handle this case. Besides, I have a debt to repay. And though my opponent is yet a callow thing, I have no qualms with sending her down to hell.
Objection!
If you have a score to settle, it's with Apollo, not me. But more importantly, I am not a callow thing. I'm a qualified and capable attorney. Then what is that yellow attire, if not proof of your immaturity, you small spring chick? Now, cease your shrill chirping. No, Prosecutor Sadmari, she is still only a teenager. Please go easy on her. Great. Even the judge is giving me the kid treatment. Very well. Shall we begin, Your Honor? Yes, I suppose we should. And now then, Prosecutor Sadmari, please give your opening statement. Show them what I can do. They'll be sorry they underestimated me. Certainly. Let the last rites of the victim commence. The incident is believed to have occurred around 4 p.m. yesterday, May 12th, at a Storyteller's theater called Raku-GO. The victim was a great master of the Tornado School of Raku-GO, or comedic storytelling. His name was Tornado. The scene of the murder was the theater's dressing room. It is accessible via the stall entrance hallway, and has an inner and outer sliding door. Backstage diagram is firstly added to the court record. The estimated time of death is between 2 and 5 p.m. The cause of the death was suffocation, though how the victim suffocated is yet to be determined. The autopsy report found nothing unusual in his lungs or stomach, and there is no murder weapon. I will now submit the incident report to the court. Crime scene report has been added to the court record, along with Taifu's autopsy report, which is also added. Prosecutor Sadmari, how can you name Mr. Wet as a culprit when you don't know how the victim was killed, or even with what? While it is true that the weapon and precise method are as yet unknown, the accused is the only one who had the opportunity to commit the murder. I will explain this assertion in further detail as we continue. Guess this means he has some kind of evidence to present. Now, would the accused care to plead his case? Come to think of it, where is the defense, Miss Cykes? Sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid Mr. Wet isn't feeling very well, and is resting in the infirmary. Surely it is a lack of a clear conscience that impedes him from facing this court. No, more like 6.5 bottles of sake, but I digress. Great. Starting off the wrong foot already. Mr. Wet is a head chef of a soba shop frequented by the victim. On the day of the incident, Mr. Wet went to the theater at the victim's request. Tornado was a connoisseur of soba. As you can see in these photographs, he was apparently making soba himself in his dressing room that very day. The soba was found at the scene is likely the soba he made himself there. Liking soba is one thing, but making it in a theater dressing room's a bit much, no? Master Tornado truly had a passion for soba, didn't he? For a man like that to be murdered by a soba chef is simply unthinkable. And yet, the accused had ample motive. For in the victim's safe, we discovered the deed to the accused's shop. Mr. Wet was to inherit Wet soba when he lost his father recently. However, it's believed the victim stole the shop's deed during the transfer process. The prosecution believes the accused killed the victim in order to get the deed back. The Wet soba deed has been added to the court record. A murder over the deed to a shop. That does sound like a plausible motive. So that's what this case is about. I wish Simon had filled me in a little better. I could have contributed more than just 1,000 buckets of cold sweat if he had. Defense. From your demeanor, I gather you know very little about the details of this case. Well, you see... You are dishonoring the soul of the victim by appearing in courtroom unprepared. You are an embarrassment to your profession, you putrid egg yolk. I'm sorry. Apollo's a red pepper and now I'm an egg yolk? We've only just started and I've already been demoted from spring check. I'm ready to call my witness, Your Honor. Let us listen to the words of one who was present when the crime was discovered. Someone who was there when the victim's body was found? Very well, witness. Please take the stand. Uh-oh. I recognize those boots anywhere. Oh, shift. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Simon Blackquill, Prosecutor. Prosecutor Blackquill! You didn't tell me you were going to take the stand! There simply wasn't time. What a shame, Prosecutor Blackquill. Had you shared the damning scene you witnessed beforehand with the defense, we could have moved this trial along and saved the victim's soul that much faster. The damning scene? Just what in the world did Simon see? Prosecutor Sadmati, was it? Before I give my testimony, there is something that I'd like to confirm. By all means. This case involves Raku-GO, a very traditional form of Japanese comedic storytelling. Do you have enough knowledge of this art form to handle a case completely? Are you implying that I am not qualified for this case? Not yet. I am simply trying to ascertain your familiarity with the topic, for now. It is a prosecutor's duty to learn the background of any case he takes on. I did some Raku-GO last night, and have grasped the overall idea of it. How much could you possibly grasp in a single night? You had to ask. Raku-GO is a form of entertaining storytelling that originated in the land of Japan. In it, the storyteller sits alone on the stage with only a fan and a towel as the Raku-GO artist tells a long whimsical story, giving each other a distinctive voice. This traditional art was originally invented by the monks to make sermons more interesting. Are you satisfied? If not, I could explain the 12 types of endings to such stories. Or shall I perform the famous story Jugemo instead? It appears you have put in a bit of study. Your acknowledgement is most welcome, Prosecutor Blackquill. I can see why you are known for being quite thorough in your research, Prosecutor. Now, I would love to see you perform that story you mentioned, if you don't mind. If that is your Honor's request. Jugemo.
Hold it!
Your Honor, can we please get back to the trial? Oh, right. Of course, I nearly forgot. Seriously. All the things for you to forget. Now then, back to the case. Prosecutor Blackquill, please tell the court what you witnessed. Tangent aside, we finally get the first cross-examination, and it is Simon's testimony. What, in fact, Simon Blackquill saw. I went to the theater yesterday and arrived at approximately 4 p.m. I went straight to Master Tenito's dressing room to say hello. Bucky went into the dressing room thereafter, only to come storming out a while later. Master Tenito's junior disciple, Inedo, apparently then entered the room soon after. And that's when Uendo discovered Master Tenito's body. Now wait just a minute here, Prosecutor Blackquill. With testimony like that, You're basically accusing Mr. White of the crime. All I can do is state what I saw. I can't help how it appears. But a qualified and capable attorney such as you should be able to dispatch with it, right? Well, yeah, duh! Alright, I guess I better start by getting all the info out of him that I can. Right. Before I do that, I completely forgot. I've been pinged by Stream Elements to do a quick hydrate, so one sec. I think my chat is off by a little bit because I believe this message was on screen like minutes ago. Where was this? Oh, shift. Yeah, this was like 5-10 minutes ago. Whoops. My bad. Oops. Anyway. Time for cross-examination number 1. What Simon saw. This is, again, just like many opportunities. We're gonna just have to press every single goddamn thing because there's nothing that really stood out, at least to my opinion. So, here it goes. We went to the theater yesterday and arrived at approximately 4 p.m.
Hold it!
Prosecutor Blackquill, what did you go to the theater for in the first place? I went because I had received an invitation from Master Tenedo. Here, see for yourself. It was a special show commemorating his junior disciple Uendo's promotion. It was also an occasion to announce the boy's succession to the stage name of Uendo II. So what exactly does it mean to succeed to a stage name? You really don't know, do you? In the performing arts, a name succession is when an artist inherits a predecessor's name. I see. So there was another Uendo Raku-GO artist before, and this disciple succeeded him, huh? And what did your invitation say? It contained a simple letter of salutations and an outline of the show's program. Oh, it appears Typho Tenedo was going to perform Taki Soba or Time Soba. He's famous for his masterful pantomime of eating soba, using only his fan as a prop. And Uendo was to perform Soba Sai, or Soba Glutton, a soba-themed show, I see. It seems you know a thing or two about Raku-GO yourself, your baldness. The first to perform was a senior disciple, Gabriel, followed by Uendo, and lastly, Master Tenedo. With that, the invitation is added to the court record. I see. So that's why you happened to be at the Storyteller's Theater yesterday. So what happened after you arrived? I went straight to Master Tenedo's dressing room to say hello.
Hold it!
And how did Master Tenedo appear when you said hello to him? I went with the intention of greeting him, but ultimately we didn't actually meet. You didn't see him? Why not? Gabriel escorted me to the dressing room, but we heard the sound of Raku-GO being performed from within. Thinking the master was rehearsing, we decided to wait until he was finished. You heard Raku-GO being performed in the dressing room? Yes, not just me, but Gabriel as well. In other words, you can confirm that the victim was still alive at around 4 p.m. Correct. I couldn't hear him clearly through the doors, but I'm sure it was Master Tenedo. I could tell because it was Time Soba. It was a Time Soba routine being performed in there. So that means the victim was killed sometime after that. Bucky went into the dressing room thereafter, only to come storming out a while later. Oh, wait.
Hold it!
Wrong button. So please tell us in detail how Mr. White appeared at the time. Garu and I were waiting in the hallway for Master Tenedo to finish practicing, when Bucky appeared and entered the dressing room with his thing. What happened after that? We heard what sounded like Bucky shouting inside the room. About 10 minutes later, Bucky came back out of the dressing room looking rather irate. This is most likely when the murder was committed. The victim was an elderly man. It would have been entirely possible to kill the man within the span of 10 minutes. Dog! I better come up with some kind of counter-argument and fast. Master Tenito's junior disciple Wendo apparently then entered the room soon after.
Hold it!
What do you mean by apparently? Didn't you see him go in? No, I couldn't. I wasn't able to see the dressing room from where I was standing at the time. But Geru was right in front of it, so I'm sure she saw it all. I see. And why do you suppose Wendo went into the dressing room anyway? He had just finished his routine, so he was making a courtesy call. A disciple is to pay their master respect tight before and after each performance. And all the disciples are expected to do this? Yes, it's common courtesy among Raku-GO artists. I see. Could you tell us what happened after Wendo went into the dressing room? Certainly. Because that's when Wendo discovered Master Chinito's body.
Hold it!
And how did Wendo act at the time? After Wendo had been in the dressing room for 2 to 3 minutes, we heard a scream from inside the room, and Wendo came flying out. Did you hear any signs of a struggle at the time? No, just Wendo's woeful scream. I see. Well done, Prosecutor Blackquill. Your testimony has given us quite a glimpse into the sequence of events. Thank you, Prosecutor Blackquill. And now, please allow me to summarize your testimony. While Prosecutor Blackquill and Geru were in the hallway waiting for Master Tenito, the accused came along and entered the dressing room with some items in tow. He was heard shouting for a time inside the dressing room. About 10 minutes later, he came back out of the room, seeming rather angry. A short time after the accused had come and gone, Wendo Tenito went into the room. A few minutes later, after having discovered the victim's body, Wendo gave a scream and came running out into the hallway from within. Prosecutor Blackquill and Geru then ran into the room and saw the body for themselves. From the circumstances, it is quite clear that the accused murdered the victim. This is crucial testimony indeed. As such, Simon's testimony has been added into the court record. Defense. An eyewitness has given conclusive testimony. Why not let it all go now and allow the victim his last rites? Not in your life! If Wendo went into the dressing room too and was the first to discover the body, then who's to say he didn't commit the crime? Wendo was in the dressing room for a mere 2, perhaps 3 minutes. He could not have possibly committed the murder in that time, nor without making any noise. Oh, Simon, why did you have to give that awful testimony? Prosecutor Blackquill, can't you give me something a little bit better to work with here? Isn't it up to you to ask the right questions? I'm certainly willing to tell you all that I know. So if you are truly capable as you claim, then draw out what you need yourself. This is no time for your twisted games, Prosecutor Blackquill. Just admit that you don't remember it all that well. Prosecutor Blackquill, watching you collude with the defense like this, I see that you are no prosecutor. Be gone, witness. You shall haunt the sacred hall no more. How dare you treat me like some evil spirit to be exorcised? I'll remember this, you blackguard. Don't worry, Prosecutor Blackquill. I've got this. Would I have my way, You would not be the only one here to step down. You half-boiled putrid egg yolk. Ew! I object to the notion that I'm a gooey, smelly mess. Prosecutor Blackquill's testimony wasn't like the lowly opening act of a Raku-GO show. He may hold the title of prosecutor, but this time, he stood on the side of the defense. To restore balance to this trial, I would like to present an actual witness for the prosecution. And just who is this witness? The person who was with Prosecutor Simon Blackquill when the body was discovered. She is another entertainer of the Tornado School, Ms. Giro Tornado. Uh-oh. Please state your name and occupation, witness.
Hello, everyone. I'm here to represent the Tornado School with a twisty twist.
And a balloon!
There you have it, a stunning balloon hat. It's me, the balloon artist you all know and love, Giro Tornado. Just call me Giro, sweetie. 1, 2, balloon.
I'm already gonna have fun with this, I tell you what. What a way to capture your audience's attention! I dare say I can't take my eyes off of those balloons. Yes! Sure you can't.
Please tell me you're talking about the hat, Your Honor.
No, he's not.
Oh, Mr. Georgie, I'm so glad you liked my performance. Would you consider joining my fan club, pretty please?
Oh, absolutely.
And please save your fanboying for after the trial, Your Honor. Anyway, Giro, I can't help but notice you seem awfully cheerful for having just lost your master. Oh, of course I'm sad, but Shisho would scold me if I didn't put on a big smile. Never show sadness. Smile, 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 with a twisty twist twist. And the balloon. There you have it, one gorgeous cake. I see. I guess an entertainer's gotta do what an entertainer's gotta do. Balloon art's worse than a Rorschach test. All I saw was severed monster head. Giro, you're obviously a balloon artist. So, how did you come to be a member of the Raku-GO school? Well, my father, my late father that is, was a Raku-GO artist, you see. So, I joined the Tornado School to be just like my daddy someday. I see. My father and I owe so much to Shishiro, our master. But that Bucky Ret, ooh, how could he? I want to see him pay for what he's done as quickly as possible.
Your distress is entirely understandable, and my condolences for your loss.
And not only that, but he... You have more to say about Mr. White? Every time he comes to deliver soba to us, he yells at me. He always tells me to get away. Is there any reason why he would say such a thing to you? He says it's the smell of my perfume that will get into his soba and ruin it. Like, how can you say that? This is a great scent.
How very rude of him. I don't blame you for being upset.
Excuse me, Your Honor, but please don't let Giro's balloons bias your judgment. Mr. White hasn't been proven guilty yet, remember?
It will be interesting to see how long that fire of yours will last, defense. Now then, Giro, please share the truth with this court. Yes, Giro, your testimony, if you please.
With that, we go straight into Giro's testimony before the murder was discovered. From 4 p.m. to a little after 4:20, when Shisho's body was found, Simon and I were standing in the hallway in front of the dressing room. Before we went to discover the body, the only person who had gone in there was Bucky. Now, come to think of it, a little while before Bucky showed up, Shigemu was barking like mad.
Prosecutor Blackquill, do you have any objections to this witness's testimony? No. Make up your bloody mind, Sadmug Sadmati. First you exercise me, now this. You only do as you are instructed by this humble servant of the Holy Mother. If, as there are no objections, Your Honor, let us move on to the salvation of the victim's soul.
Hold it!
Hey! I'm the defense attorney here, Prosecutor Sabmati. Let me have an objection or two once I actually cross-examine the witness. So what are you asking Prosecutor Blackquill for?
There is a passage in the sacred scriptures of Koreanism. To stir the wind is beyond the power of a spring chick. In other words, the inexperienced are useless. With that in mind, it seemed more judicious to consult with Prosecutor Blackquill. He doesn't even see you as an adversary, Cykes Dunno.
Well, I won't let either one of you insult me. I'll show you I'm no inexperienced spring chick. Your Honor, I'm ready to cross-examine this witness.
I hope you can make Prosecutor Sabmati see you as a worthy adversary, Miss Cykes. I'll allow your cross-examination, so you better strike while the iron is hot.
Oh, believe me, we will. First of all, we have a specific statement that we need to present. We need to press more information on. So, from 4 p.m. to a little after 4:20 p.m., when Shisho's body was found, Simon and I were standing in the hallway in front of the dressing room. Before Uendo discovered the body, the only person who had gone in there was Bucky. And come to think of it, a little while before Bucky showed up, Jugemo was barking like mad.
Hold it!
Jugemo? Is Jugemo? That's my doggy. I keep him at the theater. Let's see. With a twisty twist. And boom! There you have it. My cute little Jugemo. He's kind of creepy looking. Oh, but he's a really, really good boy. And why was Jugemo barking? Do you think it's because he saw someone suspicious? If so, then we have a new suspect in this case. Now why was he barking again? Oh, I remember! Because it was time for me to feed him. So I went into his yard and gave him some food. Couldn't somebody have slipped into the dressing room while you were doing that? Nope. The door out into the yard was wide open. I would have seen if anybody went into the dressing room. Prosecutor Blackquill, come down to the stand for a sec, please.
How many times must I do this?
You saw what Gira was talking about, right? So why didn't you mention it before?
I can't be expected to remember every minute detail.
Well, remember them now, please! Did Gira go out into the yard?
Yes, I remember now that she went to feed Jugemo. And I saw her looking towards the dressing room quite frequently as well.
Do you recall anything else?
It looked as though she were feeding the dog a great quantity of dumplings or something. Jugemo couldn't finish them all, so he buried the rest in a corner of the yard. And that's about all I can remember.
With that, Simon's statement has been updated into the court record. Looks like Gira was telling the truth. Your Honor, I'd like Gira's last statement added to her testimony.
As you wish, defense.
I was in the yard, but the door was wide open, so I could keep watch on the dressing room. Oh, really now? So, you were able to keep an eye on the dressing room while you were out in the yard. Is that correct? That's right. The door out into the yard was wide open. Sorry, but that makes zero sense. Take a look at this diagram of the backstage area. There's a clear contradiction between this diagram and the witness's testimony.
Oh? I'm afraid I don't understand, Miss Cykes. Please point out where Please point out what contradicts the witness's testimony. Goodness, I cannot talk about that. Anyway. We have basically a circular door area near where the dog was standing and the hallway.
Take that!
Kiru was in the yard near the doghouse. Prosecutor Blackquill even saw her there. While she was out there, the door to the yard had been left open.
Ah, I see.
Yes, if the door in the yard was wide open, as Giver said, it would have blocked her view, making it impossible for her to see the dressing room. What? No way!
But even if there were admittedly a few moments Giver was not keeping watch, how much would that really affect this case?
It would greatly affect this case. Prosecutor Blackquill stood. From where Prosecutor Blackquill stood, he couldn't see the dressing room door either. Anyone could have entered the dressing room during that time without being seen. Darrow, why did you try to hide the fact that you weren't watching the dressing room? What?
Objection.
Hide the fact? You speak as though you think she had something to do with the murder. Rather than a deliberate deception, it was more likely a simple oversight. Correct, witness?
Well, I was so shocked by what happened, I was just confused, that's all.
Even though she is trying to keep up a brave face as an entertainer. The truth is that she is being torn apart by grief. For her mind to be in turmoil is hardly unexpected. Yes, it must be very difficult indeed. And to a disciple, one's master is akin to a real parent. Surely, her shock is immense. The way this lawyer tries to pin the blame on this poor soul at first opportunity. All I can say is, defense attorneys are heartless creatures indeed.
But I wasn't. That wasn't what I was trying to do.
It is beyond your comprehension, defense. Is it beyond your comprehension, defense? Your unskilled argument is scarring this witness even further. And if we ask the people of this courtroom, I'm sure they would agree.
What? The gallery doesn't get a say in this.
Are you afraid to find out of what they think? Are you afraid to find out that they think ill of you? Or perhaps that you are in the wrong? Listen to them now with that keen sense of hearing you are so proud of.
He's right. That was harsh. You didn't have to go that far. I kind of feel sorry for the witness. And why is the lawyer's outfit so yellow? No, I was just to find the truth. Why is the whole gallery siding with Prosecutor Samadi?
The people understand. They know what is right and what is wrong.
That lawyer's still in training, isn't she? Why is she all by herself? I hear the voices of the gallery. I can hear the voices of their hearts. It's so intense. I feel so alone up here, fighting by myself.
Are you afraid, child? Is it ludicrous to come to a trial with such paltry preparation of the soul? It is ludicrous to come to the trial with such paltry preparation of the soul. I command you to leave this courtroom at once.
I can't give up. I have to keep pressing on. As long as there was a moment when nobody was watching the dressing room door.
The defendant can't be convicted solely on Prosecutor Blackquill and Gaber's testimonies. Even now, you would continue to resist? You are childish in defeat as well, I see. I'm not out of the court yet, Buster. I'm just getting started. Despite your posturing, is it not true that your resolve could crumble at any moment? With a little push, you would surely succumb to despair. A little push, such as with this piece of conclusive evidence. Conclusive evidence? Huh? That is correct. We found a critical piece of evidence at the scene of the crime. The victim's dying message, which clearly implicates the accused, Bucky Wet. Look at these Japanese playing cards, known as Karuta, lined up on the table. These special English version Karuta cards spell out a message. That message was wet number 4. Wet number 4? You mean wet noodle number 4? Yes, wet noodle number 4, as the 4th head chef of Wet Soba, is also known. This message points to none other than the accused Bucky Wet. That makes perfect sense, doesn't it?
Oh, great job, Mr. Prosecutor! Oh no, this is really, really bad. What do I do? What do I do?
When the crime scene report has been updated in the court record, would you still carry on your futile fight in the face of this irrefutable evidence?
You can say whatever you want, but we won't know until we...
It is cruel to give the accused false hope. You will only compound his suffering. Wise people of the courtroom, do you not agree?
He is right. It's cruel to make him suffer when there's conclusive evidence. What an incompetent noob. I feel bad for the victim and the defendant. What? But I'm trying to prove Mr. Wet's innocence here.
I know you can hear them, defense. Their voices implore you to save the accused's soul. It is time for you to let it go and move on, you inexperienced lawyer. You lack the competence with which to accomplish anything meaningful here.
Is he right? Is this too much for me to handle on my own?
What good is she doing anyway? She should just quit right now. Now, defense. Leave everything to this humble servant of the Holy Mother.
Silence!
He is trying to use your keen sense of hearing against you to manipulate the trial, Athena. What a cheap trick for a supposedly holy man.
Simon!
And you fop-doodles in the gallery. Can't a man watch a trial in peace? This inexperienced amateur is about to turn the trial around. Does that prosecutor really think she can turn things around?
Man, this courtroom is starting to change.
Prosecutor Blackquill, what are you doing at the defense's bench? I grew bored of watching from the gallery. Besides, if I were to leave this trial to the spring chick and lose my favorite soba shop in the process, I will be quite cross. You voluntarily stand on the side of impurity and sin? Truly, what a fool you are. To think you were so easily manipulated by his parlor tricks. What happened to qualified and capable, Athena?
I just let my guard down a little bit, but it won't happen again.
Then gird up your loins and steel yourself for battle.
I'm not girding up anything in this skirt. But I am ready to get serious.
It seems there's now yet another soul I must cast down into hell. I was in prison for a long time, and hell sounds no worse than cell, to be honest. But the fires of hell will not be the end of your suffering. For the sin you have just committed, you shall surely be reborn as a panda in your next life. A white and black reverse panda, that is. And you shall be put in a zoo to be exposed to the public ridicule. A threat like that won't work on Prosecutor Blackquill. After all, he's already used to looking like a panda in this life. Who are you calling a panda? Sorry. I see that you are both prepared to face the fires of damnation. Giru, thank you for your service. You may now step down.
Okie dokie. Bye-bye, balloon. Does everything have to be about balloons with her?
Now then. I have a witness prepared to testify about the Karuta cards. And who is this witness this time? The first to discover the body, and someone who witnessed the crime firsthand. Mr. Uendo Tenito. The time has come for that ponytailed pair over there to finally let it go and move on. Very well, let us bring in this witness then. Witness, please state your name and occupation. I'm the Raku-GO Storyteller, Uendo Tenito. Even if my performance isn't worth watching, I will certainly watch my words. I wouldn't want to say anything thoughtless and get arrested.
After all, that'd be a Raku no.
Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Hold it!
You can't just leave yet. You've only just introduced yourself.
Oh, my. Are you a fan of mine, miss? Would you like my autograph? One moment.
Ow! What do you think you're doing?
No need to stand on ceremony. My fan deserves a fan, after all.
Fan for a fan. Nice one. Oh, why Ethan Simon? How are you on this fine day, sir? Quite a dilly of a pickle we found ourselves in, wouldn't you say?
I don't believe I've ever seen you talk quite so much, Uendo.
I never performed in a place like this, you know. I got butterflies here, can't you see? Why do I always get the weird ones?
Pardon me, witness. As much as I enjoy your banter, I believe we had better return to the case at hand.
Ah, I suppose you're right. In that case... I was promoted to Futatsume yesterday and received the stage name of Uendo. The show was our way of celebrating my new name and middle rank standing. And then that happened. I never dreamed something like that happened. Not in a million years. And just as I got my chance to start repaying my debt to Shisho, too. Yeah, plus, I'm worried about Geru. The way she clung to Shisho. Poor thing. I told her to keep a stiff upper lip. Stiff like rigor mortis! Keep telling those lame jokes, and Shisho will come scold you from the grave. I wouldn't mind it getting yelled at, you know, if it meant seeing him again. Uendo, please. As charming as your various characters are, this isn't a Raku-GO stage.
Let us hear your testimony when our witness. And tell the court about the evidence left at the scene, the proof of the accused's guilt.
So, we have a whole entourage of characters here. This is Uendo Tenito, and I need to go and pull up his bio really quickly because, oh boy, he has like a whole
thing about him. So, Yuendo Tonido has multiple characters, to say the least. He has kind of a serious character, which is more like him. We have kind of a happy little tickle-hearted voice, and then we have someone who is a little bit more serious and more kind of sort of motherly. Needless to say, this is gonna give me a huge workout, and I'm glad this is only a very short stream because this would take a lot out of me otherwise. Now with that said, let's see Shisho's dying message. I noticed Shisho's dying message right away. The stiff cards were right there next to the stiff, you see.
Now, enough of the silly puns already.
Anyway, I got the meaning right away. I knew it must have been talking about Bucky. And that was the Master's final message, left as he was drowning in soba broth. It was so like Shisho not to write Bucky's name outright. Plain and simple wasn't his style. Well, that was a certainly more entertaining testimony than usual. The variety of characters performed by the witness was absolutely splendid.
But he shouldn't be performing any characters in the first place, Your Honor. And Yuendo, the murder weapon hasn't been determined yet. So how can you say the victim was drowned in soba broth?
It's obvious. All you have to do is look at the crime scene. He was found with his face shoved in a bowl. It's only natural to assume that he was drowned in the broth for the noodles.
Except we're not here to assume things, Yuendo, so please stick to the facts.
I'm right. It's so like a soba chef to kill someone this way, wouldn't you say?
And with the Karuta message he left behind, it's clear Bucky did it.
Setting aside the issue of murder weapon for now, that dying message certainly does seem to be irrefutable evidence. Indeed. It proves the absolute guilt of the accused.
Ugh. If even I've got to admit that I can't see how that message could have been anything else. Bucky used soba for the deed, all to get back to the soba shop deed. This testimony makes Mr. What look super guilty. I have to do something.
And that's his conclusive evidence. What a farce.
What do you mean, Simon?
What's this? I thought you said you weren't planning on asking me for help.
I did, and I won't. Thank you very much. Someone must have found an inconsistency in the testimony. I'd better listen carefully and try to see what he found.
Correct. So, like before, we do have the option of pressing every single statement, but there's also something specifically that we need to present almost immediately. So Simon and I both mutually find this almost instantly alarming. So yeah, Yuendo has 3 separate voices. He has kind of the normal voice, he has kind of the bubbly voice, and then he has this little diva voice. Now, I was thinking, there is some unique dialogue because we get Simon Blackquill up at the bench. Let's listen into one specific set of dialogue, shall we? Simon, are all Raku-GO artists like this? It's hard to say. It could simply be the eccentricity of an entertainer, or perhaps that he's hiding something. Well, he doesn't have to entertain people in a court of law. And if he is trying to hide something, maybe it'll show up as a contradiction or something. So, yeah, it's Simon's subtle hint that he does try to help you, at least in his own way. He doesn't outright give you any help, much like Apollo or Phoenix would, but he does at least push you in the right direction. Now then, as for the statement that contradicts, literally, nothing was found in his lungs. So he couldn't have drowned in sober broth.
Objection!
There's a contradiction in Uendo's testimony. And would you care to explain, Miss Cykes?
And which it? Certainly, Your Honor. According to the autopsy report, nothing unusual was found in the victim's lungs.
Yes, it does say that, doesn't it?
If he had drowned in a bowl of soba, then there should have been soba broth in his lungs. But since there wasn't any, it means the victim was suffocated with something other than soba broth.
What?
This is the contradiction you noticed, isn't it, Simon?
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Guess I showed you.
But if drowning in the soba broth wasn't the cause of death, then what was the victim's face thrust into that bowl?
Well, Typhoon Tornado's face was thrust into the bowl after the murder. Logically. Because no soba broth was discovered in the victim's lungs, his head must have been placed into the bowl after he was killed. And that's when the soba broth must have been spilled onto the Karuta cards. In other words, the victim could not have lined the cards up as he was drowning.
I see. So it was done after he was already dead. But why would the culprit do such a thing?
I'm afraid I don't know yet.
Objection.
You boast of psychological expertise, yet you cannot determine such a simple motive? My sides are liable to split at the absurdity.
What? And I suppose you know why?
Of course. Desecrating the body in that manner indicates a strong sense of enmity on part of the perpetrator. Yes, that does make sense. Certainly paints a clear picture of the culprit's intense feelings towards the victim. Feelings of resentment over the theft of the soba shop's deed, no doubt.
Just great. Now the judge has even more unfavorable impression of Bucky.
Silence.
Must you come undone at every juncture? If the culprit had time enough to set up Master Tenedo's body, do you think they would have honestly failed to notice the dying message?
Good point. The cards were right in front of the body, after all. Rationally speaking, there's no way the culprit could have missed that, huh?
Objection.
But what was the accused rational at the time, given the way he stormed out of that room?
Silence.
Never mind that. I have something more important to ask you, Endo.
Me?
You saw the Karuta cards firsthand, did you not? Why would you care to tell us about them in a bit more detail? Those tiny crime scene photos show us precious little of what I wish to know.
Well, those cards are from Shisho's special Soba Scenes of Tokyo Past set. Each card is related in some way to Soba.
Spare me the history lesson. Just tell me how the cards looked at the scene, no more.
Well, there was soba broth spilled all over them.
That's not much help, I'm afraid. Prosecutor Sadmari, do you have a photo that shows the cards more clearly? I do. Please accept this meager offering, Your Honor. Oh my, what delightful looking cards!
Hang on, I want to zoom out here for a second. Hold the phone.
That does not look right to me, but okay. Oh, well. Tearing Prosecutor Simon's conclusive evidence apart should be a breeze with this. Huh? Don't tell me you haven't noticed. Don't be silly, of course I have. Not noticed anything, but I can't exactly say that now, can I? The career cards have been added to the court record. But... Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah. Miss Cykes, do you really see a problem with the prosecution's claim about these cards? Well, go on then. Alright. Let's do or die. All I have to do is study the picture and... Well... The cards... were rearranged. These cards were rearranged. But how can you tell? Please take a look at these cards, Your Honor. The answer is right in front of us. Where exactly should we be looking, Miss Cykes? Well, the picture's on the cards, obviously. But, you know, sober broth stains don't line up. Please focus your attention on the sober broth stains on these cards. An outline of these stains do not match up with the larger stains on the table. Oh, would you look at that? You're absolutely right. And... please recall that the soba broth was spilled and got on the cards after the murder, when the victim's face was placed in the bowl. Yes, go on. By the stains, we can see that the culprit deliberately rearranged the cards after that. In other words, this message was altered in order to pin the crime on my client. What? Then, if we put the cards back in their original positions... we can restore the evidence and see who the cards were really pointing towards. That's true. Then what are we waiting for? Let's do this! All we have to do is rearrange the cards so that the stains match up. Let's see. Where was this W card originally? There. Perfect! Okay, H card is next. Let's see, where was this H card originally? While you do that, I'm gonna take a quick sip. Yes! Now the E card. Let's see. Where was this E card originally? I think the E card was the only one that was unchanged. Perfect match! Next up is a T card. Let's see, where was this T card originally? I'm not gonna do this anymore for all of them. There's a T. Great, that fits right there. Now the N card. The N card literally fits right here at the end. Now the O. Goes up there. The last card is a 4. Where was the 4 card originally? Right there. Ouch, wavy, equipment, nostalgic. 4 traditional hound.
Take that!
There we go. Realigning the cards to where the soba broth panel, or the soba broth spilt, we get the message, wet number 4, turning into Owen 4th. And this original message is our clue to the identity of the true culprit. What? Heh. That indignant look on Prosecutor Sadmonk's face is positively priceless. This is absurd. So it was originally on 4th. Wasn't what, number 4? Maybe the lawyer is smarter than we thought. Order! Order in this court! Well, I never thought of it never would have imagined that there was more to these cards than meets the eye. Critter cards have now been updated accordingly to reflect they originally spelled out Owen the 4th as shown. Now that that's settled, what does this Owen 4th mean? Wait, am I? Well, who else do you suppose is to provide an explanation? Of course it's you. But I hadn't thought that far yet. Change the cards around all you like, but if you cannot explain what the message means, then it is as worthless as you are defense. No! And so the spring chick that fancies itself as a graceful swan is brought back down to earth. I have to do something, but what? Still your thoughts for a second. There's a perfectly good witness to question over there. Oh, right. That's a good idea. Come on, Athena, get a hold of yourself! Uendo! Does the phrase Owen 4th mean anything to you? No. There's no one named Owen in the Tornado family, or our circle of friends. Go ahead, ask anybody you'd like. You can't be serious. Having rummaged through your empty mind, I see you have, as expected, turned up nothing.
Silence.
I'm afraid I have no idea who the devil this Owen 4th is either. But the fact remains that the cards were rearranged to pin the blame on Mr. Wet. That in itself proves that the defendant isn't the real culprit. Prosecutor Blackquill is right. Besides, the important question here is not who does a message point to, but rather, who will rearrange the cards? Why didn't you point that out earlier if you already knew? Sorry. In any case, there were 2 opportunities for someone to rearrange the cards. The first was when Mr. Wet entered the dressing room, and the second was when Uendo discovered the body. Are you accusing me of rearranging the cards? Me, who claimed to testify out of the goodness of my heart? Well, you didn't exactly come running out of screaming straight away, did you not? Even a mere 2 or 3 minutes is more than enough time to get up to some devilry. So what exactly were you doing in there, Uendo? Put down the tea and spit out your answer. Mr. Prosecutor, what's a guy supposed to do at a time like this? Silence is more precious than diamonds, witness. Therefore, you need only stay silent. The defense is devious. They are waiting for you to make a slip of the tongue. Oh, I see. So that's what you're after, is it? In that case, Your Honor, I've decided not to say another word. Very good. After all, your right to remain silent is protected by law. Well, Prosecutor Blackquill, any other brilliant ideas you'd like to share? Did you hear that, Sextano? A Raku-GO artist who's afraid to speak. Who's ever heard of such a thing? Are you trying to taunt him into talking? Such a petty trick will never work. That's right. I'm not going to fall for it. I'm only asking to hear your story. Besides, is it not your job to tell your tales if there is an audience to listen? Even so, I have the right to refuse to answer. The more you keep quiet, the more we want you to talk. It's simply human nature. Isn't that right, people of the gallery? Even with this wonderful audience in front of you, you still refuse to talk? If so, then perhaps you chose the wrong line of work, my friend.
Are you saying that I should quit? Because I'm not afraid to speak my mind, I'll have you know. Oh no! Never mind what I just said. It is scary to talk. It's absolutely terrifying. But no, as a Raku-GO artist, I must talk. If I don't, how can I ever show my face on stage again? Your Honor, I'm ready to testify. He did it. He managed to convince Uendo with the power of suggestion technique.
Bully for you, Uendo. That's as a real Raku-GO artist should be. All right, if the witness wishes to testify, then by all means, please do. To be turned by such an obvious ploy. What a man of weak spirit.
With that, Uendo's testimony changes into this. After my performance, I went to visit Shisho. I called him outside the room, but he didn't reply.
So when I entered the dressing room, I saw Shisho slumped over the table, motionless. From what I can tell, there do not appear to be any consistencies in the testimony.
Of course there aren't any, because I'm not trying to hide anything. Prosecutor Simon is right. I don't see anything inconsistent either. But I did pick up on some faint discord in Uendo's heart.
Ponder all you would like, defense, but it is pointless. Your Honor, I believe there is no need for further deliberation.
Hold it!
I disagree, Your Honor. I detected discord in the voice of the witness's heart. That's a clear indication that Uendo is facing some sort of inner turmoil.
Are you saying, what I think you're saying, Miss Cykes?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense would like to conduct a quick therapy session on this witness.
Objection.
Uendo, there is no need for you to submit to the so-called therapy.
It's fine by me. I have nothing to hide. Bring it on.
Impetuous fool. Why will you not listen to the guidance of this humble servant of the Holy Mother?
Because you're an absolute... I'm not going to finish that. Because you're an absolute blank. That's what. There we go.
If the witness wishes to proceed, I see no problem, prosecutor. In one ear and out the other. It seems this performer has no need for your so-called guidance, Prosecutor Sadmung. Just know this, Uendo. Your folly will surely earn you divine retribution.
Thanks, Simon. I'm going to make the most out of this opportunity you've created for me.
Just keep your wits about you.
I will. Uendo, could you tell us again about what happened in the dressing room? Moon Matrix time! Again, for those that are unfamiliar, this is the Moon Matrix. We have 4 different emotions we can pinpoint. We can pinpoint happiness, anger, shock, or sadness. We also have various different statements. After my performance, I went to visit Shisho. I called for him from outside the room, but he didn't reply. When I entered the dressing room, I saw Shisho slumped over the table, motionless. Well, that's interesting. There's a lack of shock and surprise upon seeing Master Tenito dead.
Got it!
Uendo, I'm noticing something strange with these emotions. Some thin stranger with cheesy toast skin, you say. No, something strange with these emotions. How could you have heard some thin stranger with cheesy toast skin? I don't know. Maybe it's me who's got some cheese in my ears. Did he will the floor to open up and swallow his cushions out of shame for that bad joke? The point I'm trying to make is that I noticed something unexpected in your emotions. Now stop hiding and come out where we can see you.
Bailiff, can you please bring the witness a few replacement cushions?
So what was this unexpected thing you noticed? Can you get back down to earth, please? Damn it. Oh, come on! His honor said a few cushions, not a few dozen.
Now that we've all had a good laugh, please continue, Miss Cykes.
Who's laughing? Ugh, focus, Athena. Don't let yourself get rattled. When you entered the room and saw your master slumped motionless over the table, you weren't the least bit shocked, Uendo. Don't you think that's a bit odd? Is it, though? The lack of surprise means you were prepared for what you saw. And I think I know why. The reason Uendo wasn't shaken when he saw his master's dead body was because he knew about his master's death. Uendo, I think maybe the reason you weren't shaken was because you already knew you would find your master dead. What? What? What kind of thing is that to say? You've got it all wrong. Oh, right. I just remembered something. I thought Shisha was just sleeping when I first saw him. Really now? Why find that hard to believe, do I? You thought he was sleeping? It sounds plausible, but... What made you think he was asleep? Well, he had his head and arms up on the table, as if he were taking a nap. Oh, and one other thing. There was a note, too. A note? What note?
He must be talking about this. It appears to have been written by the victim. Allow me to read it. Resting, do not disturb.
Yes, that's the note I saw. After reading that, who wouldn't think Shisha was napping?
That is a pretty reasonable assumption.
You've got to be kidding me. Haifu's note is begrudgingly added to the court record. That's right. I saw this note, so that's why I thought Shisha was asleep. I want to change my testimony to indicate that statement. All right, I'll run an update. After I performed something to visit Shisho, I called to him from the outside room, but he didn't reply. When I opened the door, I thought he was asleep. I thought he was sleeping. Something seemed off, so I rushed over to him. Oh, hello! Why anger on that statement? I was shocked to find him dead. I couldn't believe my eyes. Why that? Uendo, I noticed something funny in your emotions again. Funny, you say? I guess an entertainer of my caliber can make people laugh even with my emotions. I didn't think that kind of funny. Quite the opposite, actually. When you entered the dressing room, I see that you suddenly felt anger. What I wanted to know is, what made you feel angry all of a sudden? What? Let's see. Oh, yeah. No, I remember. As I was going in, I whacked my little piggy on something. I was annoyed at my own clumsiness. Wait, you mean you stubbed your pinky toe? Just a little bump on my little piggy. No big deal. It's embarrassing, really. Sounds more like he's hiding something. I better dig a bit deeper. And no need to be embarrassed, Yuendo, but I'm afraid it's something we don't need to look into. We do need to look into. I don't really see anything you could have stubbed your toe on. The area around the dressing room door of this picture. But maybe there was something there at the time? Yuendo, what exactly did you stub your toe on?
Objection.
What an irrelevant question. You dishonor the soul of the victim with these unnecessary delays.
You tell her. Really, who doesn't stub their toe every once in a while? You really gotta fuss over every small detail like this? Well, the thing is... even the most subtle of fluctuations in a person's psyche can clue us into the truth. That's why it's important to get to the bottom of this question. Plus, if I back down now, who knows what new insult Simon will hurl my way. Is there really no trace left of what Yuendo stubbed in his toe on by the door? The road might have been there then, but not there now.
Well...
Take that!
Please take a good look at this photo of the crime scene. Do you see it? This one track that goes from the door all the way across the room?
Now that you mention it, I do see traces of something being dragged.
And the drag mark ends... there, at the TV. This implies that the TV was originally by the door. I'm convinced that this TV is the object that the witness stubbed his toe on. Well, Yuendo, how about it? Yes, you're right. It was the TV.
Oh, come on!
There, the noise level dropped again. Yes, I stubbed my pinky toe on the TV. But what of it? Why is it so important to you? So the noise went down, but it hasn't completely disappeared yet. Which means he's still hiding something. Okay, let's try this tactic instead. Yuendo, why was the TV moved there? Shisho must have moved it so he could watch my routine. But what a place to put it! Right in the middle of the doorway like that. I didn't want to bump into it again, so I put it back where it belonged. Performances on stage can be viewed at the dressing room using that TV? That's right! It's a closed-circuit monitor that shows the stage. And the crime scene report has been updated accordingly in the court record. I see. Now what? I can't find anything else out of place. And I still haven't gotten the noise level down to 0 yet. Simon, I'm still getting noise here, but I don't see anything else fishy.
This is precisely why amateurs are such a bother.
Sorry.
I'm in no mood to play nursemaid here, but if that's what it takes to save the soba shop. Hoi, Yuendo! Here's a curiosity for you. This table near Master Tenido is slumped over. This table Master Tenido is slumped over looks like it was also moved. Did you happen to bump into it while you were moving the TV back?
Oh my! Yes, you're right! The TV hit the table and Shisho's body moved with a jolt. That's when I first realized that Shisho was dead. But how scared I was!
I see. Thank you. We're finally getting a more precise picture of how the body was discovered. But I'd wager you need to put the spurs to Yuendo just a trifle longer.
Right. I can't keep asking Simon to bail me out like this.
It's time for me to regain my footing and really stand on my own. Time for me to regain my footing and really stand out on my own. Uendo, what you said now about discovering your master's death, can you please describe all of that again for the court in detail? Alright. But before you do, let me plug in the latest information. After my performance, I went to visit Shisho. I called to him from outside the room, but he didn't reply. When the door opened, I thought he was sleeping. I tried to enter the dressing room, but stubbed my toe on the TV. Oops. When I put the TV back in its normal spot, I realized that Shisho was dead. Steam slumped over that cluttered table. Oh, Shisho. Ooh. That is a really different surprise to earlier. That's odd. After the initial shock of finding the victim dead, you reacted with surprise again. What was it that surprised you, Endo, besides your master's death? What do you mean? What's more, you were even more surprised the second time than the first. So what could have surprised you more than finding your late master? So search me, you little thingy must have made a mistake.
Silence.
A girl is as sharp as a trout, to be sure. But her ability to hear people's emotions is absolute. Now get to remembering, Uendo. What was it that surprised you? That was a compliment, right? Well, Damn it! No! I pushed him too hard and now he's mentally all over the place. His emotions are completely out of control. Out of control? Can't explain how that's relevant. You know how normally I listen for the hidden emotions in a witness's voice, right? From there, I look for inconsistencies between their testimony and these emotions. But sometimes a person's feelings can run too high, making it hard to get proper readings. So that's how your Matrix program works. Fascinating. Normally it's just one emotion that runs out of control. But it seems there's nothing ordinary about this time. My performance, I went to visit Shisho. Ooh. Oh, hello! So, we have multiple... emotions that are all, in turn, going haywire. To the dressing room, but stubbed my toe on the TV. Okay. Slumped over that cluttered table. Oh, Shisho. I knew it. What's got your knickers all in a bunch now? Ueno has multiple emotions running out of control at the same time. I've never seen anything like this, ever. So how does one bring a situation like this under control? We'll have to find the root cause of this tangled mess before we can treat him. If we can identify what is causing this emotional rampage, we can probe it to dive in further. We'll need to point to what I think is the root cause, and then probe again. Through this process, I can identify exactly what's causing Uendo so much distress. And that will help bring his emotions back under control. In that case, let's get started, shall we? Alright, can't guarantee success, but it's definitely worth a shot. Time to look for the root cause of Uendo's rampaging emotions. So, statements 1 and 5 are an out-of-control rage or anger. Statements 2, 3, and 7 are sadness. And statement 4 and 6 are full of surprise. There's 5. There's 6. There's 7. As for what exactly is a root cause of this, I have reason to suspect it's the Karuta cards because we pressed him on that and he absolutely lost it.
Got it!
I get it now. The cards were the root of it all. Don't try to deny it. You can't hide your feelings from me. The dying message that was left at the scene of the crime was what was causing your distress. And if that dying message was a cause of all those feelings, then that means the phrase 0 and 4th must mean something to you. Gah. And a full wipe. TKO. There. Nice level 0, finally. The dying message consists of 2 words, Owen and 4th. But neither of those 2 words have anything to do with this witness. And this topic warrants no further argument. Sure, there may not seem to be any direct connection between Uendo and this message. For now. But why don't you wait and decide what's necessary after you hear my theory?
I trust you've hit upon something, Athena.
Yep. If my theory is right, we can finally solve the case of Uendo and the mysterious 0 and 4th.
Well, go on then. I can already tell this promises to be interesting. Now, please share your theory with this court, Mr. Cykes.
There was something puzzling to me about Uendo's out-of-control emotions just now. Namely, that there are 3 distinct reactions present. I've never seen that before, and I wondered how it could be possible.
Is there a conclusion to this meandering musing of yours?
Hold your horses, I'm getting there! So, could a person flip between 3 distinct emotions of such intensity like a switch? In the end, I concluded that it just wasn't possible.
So that's it, is it? A bit unconventional, but I'll grant that it's possible within the realm of psychology. Within the realm of psychology? I'm afraid you'll have to explain it to the old man up here on the bench.
Your Honor, my theory is that Uendo... With so many distinct personalities, it's clear to me that Uendo has dissociative identity disorder.
What does that even mean?
Your Honor, the defense would treat this trial as a child's jest. Multiple personality disorder? A preposterous preposition indeed. Would you not agree, witness? How did she know? How did she figure it out?
Bokunka!
I can't believe it! I did it! I did it, Simon! I've read the papers on it before, but to think I'd see a case of it for myself.
Blimey, Raku-GO artists tell stories as different characters, but as different personalities?
Hey, you, lawyer girl. You got a problem with us, huh? No, no problem at all.
This is all very hard to believe. But now that we've established that the witness has multiple personalities, could each of them please introduce themselves to the court?
Certainly. Uendo Toledo. I'm a Raku-GO storyteller, as you know. Hello, everybody. Patch is a friendly gesture here. Kisagawa. Courtesan. And is that all of you? Yes, that's all of us. So there are 3 personalities in total. Uendo, Patches, and Kisagawa, huh? Well, Simon, what do you think now? That you're one lucky duck. Just be glad they were dense enough to help you out. Can't you just straight up say I did great for a change? You appear to be quite proud of your self-defense. But all you have done is infringe upon the privacy of the witness. I couldn't disagree more, Prosecutor. Now that we know there are 3 personalities, there's a new way for us to interpret the meaning of a certain piece of evidence has arisen. A new interpretation? Oh, now I'm very curious. What is this piece of evidence you're talking about, Miss Cykes? Knowing what we know about Uendo and his personalities, this makes more perfect sense.
Take that!
The Kurikata cards? The Kurita cards?
That's right, Your Honor. Recall the original dying message left at the scene. We didn't have a clue as to what Owen Forth could have possibly meant. But now, with this new information about Uendo and his personalities, isn't it possible that Owen Forth actually means a secret 4th personality of Uendo's? A personality named Owen?
What? Okuka!
Uendo must have kept this dissociative identity disorder from us because he didn't want to be associated in any way with that dying message. No, that's not why. We kept the disorder secret for a different reason altogether. We've been taking advantage of our fiction to act out various Raku-GO characters. If word of this goes out, well, our reputation as Raku-GO artists would be tarnished, as would the Tornado name. That's why we kept it a secret from everyone except the members of the Tornado school. But really, there is no 4th personality. It's just the 3 of us in here. A plausible enough sounding story. But it doesn't prove you didn't rearrange the cards, does it? But... I will concede that it is highly likely that the witness rearranged the cards. Wait, is Prosecutor Simon actually agreeing with us? However, is it not also possible that the accused killed Master Tornado? And then left that message in order to frame the witness? And upon noticing the cards when he found the victim's body, Uendo rearranged them.
Silence!
A fantastic tale, but a tale nonetheless. No one outside the Tornado school knew about Uendo's multiple personalities. Uendo just finished saying so himself. That is a true, but ultimately meaningless point. The witness was only in the dressing room for 2 or 3 minutes. And that's far too little time to commit murder, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
Then who's to say he couldn't have done it before his discovery?
Objection!
That spring chick memory of yours. Have you already forgotten Prosecutor Blackquill's testimony? Simon's testimony? Oh. Garu escorted me to the dressing room, but we heard the sound of Raku-GO being performed from within. Thinking the master was rehearsing, we decided to wait in the hall until he was done. And that's right. Until just a few moments before Uendo entered the dressing room, Taifu Tornado was confirmed to still be alive. No! Not only that, but Uendo was on stage until just before he discovered the body. A bulletproof alibi that I have already confirmed with several audience members. Oh no! I also heard that his Raku-GO performance that day was a steaming pile of... well, you get the picture. Yes, I'm afraid so. Really stunk up the stage, I did. And yet, I have a perfect alibi. Indeed.
Why not land the coup de grace on the defense by describing your alibi witness? Okie dokie spooky! And we'll do that in just a quick second because we're over 2 hours and I need to take a quick break. So I had expected this to run along, and run along it is indeed. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll pick things up right where we left off, except I want to bump myself back up to my proper spot here. Now let's get that gift wall back in, shall we? Aw, it didn't zoom in. There we go. Anyway, gift wall's back in. I'm back in my proper spot. When I come back, we shall continue right where we left off. Back in a few. everybody. I'm back. And it didn't pause. Oh well. Few quick things I don't want to say because it's the only other time tonight that I'm gonna likely be able to say this. Regardless if you can chat with us or not tonight, I do want to thank you very much for dropping on by. I do, of course, have a special offer for those of you that are hiding in the chat. If you'd like a free shout-out once per stream, you can type the command !lurk in the chat. We'll give you an audible thanks for dropping on by. For those that are watching us live, we do have a VODs channel as well for all of the streams that are replayed onto YouTube. We're uploading all of those streams from the Apollo Justice Trilogy in waves, with Dual Destinies being completely out, and the next Wednesday, I should say. Next Wednesday, April 3rd, we are releasing the first stream from Spirit of Justice. Of course, we're skipping Monday, April 1st for reasons that I will get into another time, but we're going to have that. We're also going to have a couple of the streams from the Board of Directors. We'll be going live on Sunday the 7th. And lastly, all of the streams from Spirit of Justice will be published and out by the 13th. With that said, our schedule for the rest of this week. Tonight, we're working through Turnabout Storyteller. We're going to go until we are finished with that case, where it will be about 9 p.m. or later. I'm shooting for 9 p.m., but truth be told, it might take later than that as well. Tomorrow and Monday, we will be offline for Easter Sunday and Monday. And then Tuesday the 2nd, we'll be back here live with the 19th part of Apollo Justice Trilogy within the beginning of the finale for Turnabout Revolution Part 1, or Day 1 specifically. Windcraft Wednesdays will return on Wednesday the 3rd from 3 p.m. until at least 6 p.m., possibly 9 p.m., depending upon various different things. We're going to be doing some catch-up stuff as well as going through the 8 other... We're going to go through the other scavenger hunt items more towards the end of the stream. So we'll be doing probably about what we did last time, 4 and 2, just so we can get that all done and dusted. And then the finale of the Apollo Justice Trilogy will be on Thursday, April 4th at 3 p.m. And we're going to be going until we are finished with the Spirit of Justice game. DMA Live will be on the 5th at 5 p.m. Friday the 5th at 5 for you all. And that is where I will cover all my notes from the Apollo Justice Trilogy, all of the stuff that I missed, talk a little bit about the games, or the 2 episodes, rather, that we did not cover on stream. And lastly, I will also highlight the next game, which we are super close to reaching right now. As of right this second, we have specifically, we have 22 followers hanging out with us right now. And my follower goal is set at 25. So, just as a quick heads up, we are working right now for our goal of trying to reach 25 followers. Upon reaching our next targeted game for April will be revealed. Below the stream, we will also have our more information about our active goal and other incentives that we'll be offering in the next game as well. I have announced that we are planning on doing a donation goal as well. I'm working on getting my tip jar fully set up. When that is all good to go, I'll have a donation goal as well for some commissions, so be on the lookout for that in the next few weeks and months. Lastly, I do have some other shoutouts for the streams, and that is brought to us by none other than the Metro Realm. The Metro Realm Community Discord server is now open once more to the public. Access to the server is available for those that are interested in joining the chat via the website metrorealm.net/discord. Alternatively, you can also type in the command !discord into the chat, and the link will show up there as well. And then one last thing. Or no, it's media. sorry, I need to make that as an alt command. We have a dedicated website that has all of my links all in one place. It is Linktree, linktr.ee/Dan_Metro-Arnold. I'm working on getting that to be the linktree.themetrorealm.net, but that is something that I need to work on in due time. With that all done and dusted, though, it is my honor and privilege to say that we are going to be continuing forward into the Apollo Justice Trilogy. And my plan is we're going to start right where we left off. So just give me a quick second here to switch back on over to my notes proper. And let's go back to, Shift Alt B to pop myself back up. And then scene 6, which is where I'm at. And then you can see the media command. And then can I also go in here and type the Discord one more time? So that shows up on screen. So there. You'll have, so the media command was just on screen, and there is the Discord as well. I should probably put some background on that as well, but oh well. I try to make that stand out, but it's not really working so well. Oh well. With that said, we officially go to Uendo's alibi. We have 2 more cross-examinations left, and then we get to the scheduled stopping point for the stream. I did decide to take a break early, and I do apologize for that, but that was mainly because I wanted to get this all done and dusted for you all. Well, I get this good to go. All right. We're all good to go now. Got everything all set up the way that I wanted to, and let us continue with the Uendo's alibi. So I was on stage till just moments before I went into the dressing room. My entire audience was my witness. My performance was a huge bust. Not a single soul laughed. I'll never be able to live down how terribly I bombed during that important show. Uendo was on stage before he found the body, so he could not have committed the crime. It is time to let it all go, defense, and move on. Ah! Well, get this, Prosecutor Sabmati! The right anything agency never gives up. We fight to the bitter end. Allow me to say this once more. Let it go and move on. And allow me to say once more, I'm never giving up. Let it go and never! This is pointless. You should have taken advantage of this opportunity while you could, you foolish child. Your worthless convictions only serve to prolong the accused's suffering. If words will not sway you, then perhaps pain will. Oh no! Anything but that! Anything but this! What's the big idea, Prosecutor Sabmati? That was but a small dose of punishment for your misguided convictions. Are you now a bit more inclined to give up as instructed? As if! In that case, you must require another dose. Not bloody likely. I don't give 2 flips about your beliefs. But if Cykes Dano were to submit you here, I won't be able to eat good soba anymore. That's right! For Mr. Wood's future and Prosecutor Blackwell's stomach, I will never give up! You will rue those words, defense. Of that I can assure you. You will rue those words, Defense. Of that, I can assure you. So Yuendo has a bit of an interesting cross-examination here. I was on stage until just moments before I went to the dressing room. The entire audience was my witness. But my performance was a huge bust. Not a single soul laughed.
Hold it!
Do you have any idea what went wrong? I'm not sure if it was my performance or if it was just a particular audience. Or maybe it was a story I picked. But every entertainer knows that this kind of thing happens from time to time. I guess that makes sense. Still, I wonder how he could have flopped at his own commemorative show. Maybe I should dig into things a bit more. Could you please tell me which Raku-GO story you performed? I could, but I'm not sure if it would mean anything to the uninitiated. Well, even if I might not get it, can't you at least try me? Alright, if you insist. The story I performed is called Takisoba, otherwise known as Time Soba. Time Soba, huh? Maybe Yuendo's right. He's only said the name of the routine, and I'm already lost. Ah, so you performed Time Soba, did you? What? You know it, Prosecutor Simon? In the course of my studies last night, I became familiar with a number of stories. I must say, Defense, you would do well to better prepare yourself for the next trial. Simon, what's Time Soba about? Look it up yourself. Allow me to give an overview. The story takes place on a winter's night. A man orders a bowl of soba at a street stall. How are you doing, sir? What can I get for you? I see you've got seaweed-topped hanamaki soba, mixed topping shippoku soba. I'll have a bowl of shippoku, my good man. It sure is cold tonight, isn't it? There's nothing like a hot bowl of noodles and soup to warm the soul. You know what, sir? One skippoku coming right up. So how's business? Not so great, sir. Is that so? Well, that's great, because things can only get better from here, right? Wow, Prosecutor. The customer talks on and on like this. Finally, when he is done eating, he goes to pay for his soba. So how much do I owe you? That'll be 16 months, sir. I see. Sorry, but I only have a small change on me. I'll count the coins into your palms. You can hold out your hand for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, what time is it? It's 9, sir. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Thanks and bye. Very well done, Prosecutor Sadmari. That was excellent. Huh? I don't get it. What's so funny about that? Don't you see? The customer paid with coins, counting them out one by one. And then just after counting 8, he asked about the time. And the soba vendor answered with 9. Oh, now I get it! He made the vendor say 9, and then he continued counting from 10. Exactly. He cheated the soba vendor out of 1 mon with his smooth talking. The story continues with another man who saw the whole thing and tries to do the same. But he bungles a trick and ends up paying more than 16 mon for his soba. The story ends on that as a punchline. You can look up the rest of the details for yourself. Or I'm sure Prosecutor Sadmuk over there would love to perform it for you after court. So basically, it's a story about a man cheating on a soba bill. That's kind of petty, isn't it? Is that all you really have to say about this classic story? Time soba is such a well-known staple of Raku-GO. Fine, so you studied it a lot. But we haven't the time for a lecture tour right now, Prosecutor Simon. I wanted to hear a bit more, but I suppose it is off topic. Getting back to the matter at hand, Miss Cykes, the witness stated that, alright, if you insist, the story I performed is called Takisoba, otherwise known as Time Soba. But would you like this statement added to this testimony?
Should I have that statement added? Yes, please. Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to have it added.
Very well.
Story performed is called Takisoba, otherwise known as Time Soba. Really? So that's interesting, because inside the envelope was a ticket to the show and a letter from the victim. The letter contained a simple greeting and a rundown of the show's programs. Gira was to perform her balloon act, then Yuendo was to do his Soba glutton routine, and finally Master Tenido was to perform his Time Soba routine. That doesn't sound right. In fact, you performing Time Soba is in of itself
Objection!
a contradiction. Yuendo, isn't there something odd about the routine you performed? Odd? No, I don't think there's anything odd about it. But that's exactly what I find odd. The fact that you don't think it's odd.
Objection.
We are discussing the witness's alibi at the moment, defense. The show's program is completely irrelevant.
Objection!
That's where you're wrong, Prosecutor Sabmari. The reason being it contradicts the statement the witness has just made. Yuendo, do you know what this is?
No, what is it?
This is an invitation to the show, sent from Master Tenido to Prosecutor Blackquill. Included in the invitation is a rundown of the show's program, which clearly states that Time Soba was to be performed by the Master Tenido himself.
No!
Yuendo! Why did you perform the routine your master was scheduled to do? Well, you see, the reason for that is... how do I say this? You see, let's say it was a prank. That's right! It was just a little joke, you see. I was trying to surprise Shisho by performing his routine before he did. I don't know if I buy that. Was the victim's routine just for laughs, or... Hey, didn't Simon happen to hear Time Soba coming from the dressing room? During Yuendo's performance on stage? Seems like too much of a coincidence. Wait, can it be...
What's the matter? You look like a hen with a dozen eggs to lay.
Stop comparing me to birds!
Then cease this bird brain timidity. If something has occurred to you, then lay it out for us already. Don't breed resentment in those watching your performance.
Okay. I don't have a ton of confidence in this theory, but here goes. It looks like Yuendo's alibi checks out, Your Honor, but even though he was on stage at the time, he may have been trying to obfuscate a crucial detail about this case.
Are you referring to the Soba bill the man tried to skimp on in the witness's story?
I'm talking about the Raku-GO story, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry. But then, what are you talking about, Miss Cykes?
What Yuendo may have been trying to deceive us about was... Yuendo tried to deceive us about the time of the victim's death.
What?
Objection.
What gibberish. Prosecutor Blackquill even testified to the time of the victim's death. I know, but he only testified that way because he and Giro had been completely taken in.
You mean by the Soba bill thing?
Would you please forget about the story for a second, Your Honor?
I was deceived. Pray tell, how did Uendo manage to deceive two people while he was performing on stage?
That's easy. All he had to use was a certain prop in the dressing room.
Oh, and what might it be?
The prop Uendo used was none other than the TV.
Take that!
This TV was used to view what was happening on the stage. Prosecutor Blackquill, when you came to the dressing room, what was Uendo doing?
He was performing Time Soba.
Blast!
Could it be?
Yes, it could and it was. What you and Giro heard was not Master Tornado practicing his routine. It was Uendo's performance as heard through the TV's monitor speakers.
What?
The TV just inside the inner door of the dressing room. It could easily be heard from the hallway outside.
And because we knew that Master Tornado was scheduled to perform Time Soba, we were easily manipulated into thinking he was still alive at the time, rehearsing.
Yes, your knowledge of the day's program is why the two of you could be fooled this way. Simon, did the voice you hear belong to Master Tornado?
With the doors in the way, I couldn't tell exactly who the voice belonged to. But because I heard Time Soba, I just assumed it was Master Tornado. I can't believe I was taken in by such a simple mind game.
Objection.
All of that is mere conjecture. Where is your proof defense?
Objection!
Uendo moved the TV back when he discovered the body. After all, he couldn't very well leave it by the door, because then someone might figure out the trick he'd been playing. And there's one more thing about Uendo's actions that's suspicious.
And that is?
The fact that he flopped so badly on such an important occasion.
But what's so suspicious about that? Even pros slip up once in a while, you know.
But I believe that this time it was intentional, because Uendo knew it'd be strange to hear laughter coming from the dressing room.
Oh my!
Oops! It's all just a bit too perfect to be sheer coincidence. Plus, if the voice Prosecutor Blackquill and Gero heard was due to Uendo's scheming, then the victim's time of death could have been earlier than 4 p.m. In other words, Uendo could have killed Master Tornado himself.
We've got you by the stones now, Uendo. So you better confess to everything. Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself?
We demand an explanation. Uendo! I confess, I tampered with the crime scene.
Is it the defense's claim that Uendo Tornado is a true murderer in this case?
If he tampered with the scene of the crime, then we have to at least consider him to be a suspect. Hold it! Now wait just 1 minute. Yes, I admit to messing with the dressing room, but I didn't kill Shisha. Then why did you tamper with the crime scene? I refuse to answer that question. What?
If you suspect this witness, then I have a question for you.
Why could it be this time?
Uendo had absolutely no reason to murder Typho Tornado. After all, why would Uendo kill the man who recognized his skill and promoted him?
Oh! Well, his motive was, I can't think of a single thing.
It appears you are also not aware of the other fact.
And the fact is?
That the accused visited the dressing room before 4 p.m. as well. Is it not natural then to suppose that the accused killed the victim at that time?
What? Nobody told me Mr. Wood had also gone there before 4 p.m.
We were only discussing the time frame after 4 p.m., so I didn't think to mention it. But now that you have made the time period before 4 p.m. relevant... Uh-oh. I don't like where this is going. So you really do not know what your client was doing during that time frame, do you?
Well, it was all very sudden, and, why did you wait till the very last second to contact me, Simon?
Don't you give me that look. And just so you know, Bucky never told me he had visited the Master before 4 p.m. either.
Ugh! This sort of thing is exactly why prosecutors keep calling us unprepared.
The defense will stop squabbling this instant.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Prosecutor Satomati, please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense.
You know of the soba-making implements in the dressing room, correct?
Is he talking about the equipment for making soba noodles?
You speak of the large bowl that is used to mix buckwheat flour and water, the long rolling pin, and the special knife that is used to cut the dough into noodles. Precisely. These tools all came from the accused soba shop.
You mean they didn't belong to Master Tenito?
Mr. White had visited the dressing room to give the victim a soba-making lesson, and that visit was before 4 p.m. I'm afraid that after the accused kneaded the dough and made those noodles, he committed the act of murder.
But wait! That doesn't add up! If Mr. White killed the victim before 4 p.m., then why would he return to the room at a later time?
Hold it! What soba? You're kidding caboodle when it comes to noodles. Oh my.
Hi, Miss Chickadee. Hey, Simey. The reason I went is because Master Tenito ordered uncooked noodles. Mr. Wet!
Yesterday, I bought noodle-making tools to the dressing room at around 2 p.m. That's when Master Tenito ordered uncooked soba noodles to stock up on.
Uncooked noodles to stock up on?
Yes, ma'am. Master Tenito kept a supply of soba noodles from my shop in his fridge. He only had one serving left, so I went back to my shop to get some more.
One serving of noodles in the fridge? But I thought the fridge was practically empty. Anyway, the whereabouts of the missing noodles isn't all that important right now.
You ran into me and Giro when you came back to deliver the uncooked soba, correct?
That's right, Simey. I made time out of my busy day to deliver him the noodles.
And you know what? He ignored me when I called him in the inner doorway.
He just kept mumbling Raku-GO lines for ages, so I got mad and I went back to my soba shop. So that's why you got mad. If what you're saying is true, then there's no way he could be the murderer.
I swear I'm telling the truth, Miss Chica. Behave quickly! Get this man to the infirmary. Well, I dare say that's quite the handful.
Your Honor, please accept the statements Mr. Webb just made into the evidence.
Objection.
I believe the accused's statement about going into the room at around 2 p.m. is true. For it falls within the victim's estimated time of death. That opens up the possibility that the crime was committed between 2 and 4 p.m. That is some critical information. Yes, Your Honor. But other than that one point, Mr. Wett's statements are dubious and without proof.
Objection!
But they are the words of the defendant himself. Simon, back me up here.
He has a point. If I were the prosecutor, I wouldn't accept them either. While I understand the defense's feelings on the matter, this court is unable to accept anything other than the time the defendant made his visit.
Now what do I do?
I trust you have no further objections, defense. At last, the time has come to send the soul of the victim onward into the Twilight Realm.
Silence!
What are you yammering on about, Prosecutor Sad Monk? We still have something we need to question Uendo about.
We do? Like what?
Well, don't just stand there.
But we don't have any evidence left to present.
Have you forgotten already? Isn't there still a hidden witness you have yet to question?
A hidden witness. Oh, that's right! Your Honor! There's still one more issue we haven't finished discussing yet.
Oh? What is this bit of unfinished business?
We haven't finished discussing the issue related to Uendo. We still have to discuss the possibility of a fourth personality. The one named Owen.
Are you suggesting that this fourth personality of Uendo's might be the true culprit?
Jeez, not that again. I told you we don't know anything about this Owen. Look, Uendo, I know you don't have any motive to kill your master, but this Owen may have one for all we know.
Come clean now, Uendo. You've got another personality stashed away, haven't you?
Please, tell us everything you know about Owen.
That's enough. The witness has already stated that he knows not of any Owen character.
Bravo! You found Mr. Prosecutor!
Hey, Patches. If you claim you don't know Owen when you really do, that's tantamount to perjury. If you want to exercise your right to remain silent, however, well, that's a different story. Do not listen to the depraved prosecutor witness. You'll be tainted with this evil. Do you have any idea how dark and cold a prison cell is?
I'll exercise my right to remain silent.
What's this now? Changing horses in midstream, are you?
Shut up! I will remain silent and that's it! Patches, you fool! You stay out of this!
Patches is not the brightest bulb in that box you call a noggin, is he? The fact that he switched from I don't know any Owen to I will remain silent is proof that he does know about Owen.
There he is again. Simon's a formidable psychological manipulation tactic. I'm sure glad he's on my side today.
Objection!
You dirty, despicable, depraved prosecutor. You were leading the witness. Witness, there is no need for you to submit yourself to the defense's questioning.
Objection!
Your Honor, Uendo is definitely hiding something. Please allow me to question the witness about the existence of Owen.
I suppose only this witness can confirm or deny the existence of Owen for us. Very well, I will allow the defense to proceed. Punkunka. I've never met any personality named Owen.
Patches was just blurting out nonsense in a panic. We're always aware, so we definitely noticed if a personality like that showed up.
How dare you treat me like a criminal based on mere conjecture?
Wow, how am I supposed to deal with the testimony of 3 personalities?
Unless you can prove the existence of Owen here, it's all over. You best screw your courage to the sticking place and attack their testimony head on.
Alright, I will. Stop piling all the pressure on me. We'll have to draw out some info. Anything to drag Owen out into the open.
So, we have no outstanding contradictions yet. But we'll need to press something in order to get some key information. Specifically, never been any personality known. Patches was just putting on nonsense in a panic. We're always aware, so we definitely noticed if a personality like that showed up.
Hold it!
But what if, for some reason, you three were unconscious at the time of the incident? If the three of you weren't alert and aware, what would happen? What would happen? I'm not even sure what you mean. I mean, you three share the same memories, right? But what if Owen is different? What if he has memories separate from yours? Maybe Owen emerges when the three of you are unaware or unconscious.
Objection.
Instead of speaking of as if this fourth personality is a foregone conclusion, I suggest you prove his innocent existence first. Well, we've already seen three personalities. A fourth wouldn't be a stretch. You dishonor the victim. You dishonor the victim and this court by jumping to such conclusions without proof. Have you ever heard of these old sayings, Prosecutor Simon? What happens twice will happen thrice. If you see one, there are likely 30 in your home. I'm basing my theory on such premises. Comparing us to cockroaches. Did we bug you that much, girlie? But how do you intend to prove it? And how will you prove that all three personalities became unconscious, as you say? Unless you can do that, all of this talk is merely empty speculation. Well, Don't be so timid. If you don't have it, then find it. Look for something that could render Uendo and the others unconscious. Simon's right. I can't back down now. My claim, Mr. Wet, I have to. Wait, Mr. Wet! Let me rest? Maybe if I were a lump of regular flour dough for Udon noodles. But I'm fresh, like my soba. You don't let soba dough rest. It's all about the three freshes. You grind the buckwheat seeds fresh, you cut the dough fresh, and boil the noodles fresh. Oop! He's blacked out. Mr. Wet, falling unconscious? Wait a minute, I think I've got it. Miss Cykes, do you have proof to back up your theory? Yes. Yes, Your Honor, I do. The proof is right here in the crime scene photo. It is? In that case, please point out what supports your theory. This is likely what caused Uendo to lose consciousness. Innocent-looking bottle of juice over here.
Take that!
This is probably what made Uendo lose consciousness. Yes, the sake. And isn't it just like Master Tonito to pick a fine brand like Camel? Sake? Oh, you mean rice wine. Hold it! Oh, please, don't call it rice wine. It's so unsophisticated and it's not even a wine. Silly girl. I must agree. You need to become more cultured, Athena. Tomato. It's made of rice and people get drunk from drinking it, right? It's called sake. End of story. Fine, sake it is then. Ay, caramba, everybody's so touchy about these things. I recall Master Tonino would often have a drink or two before performing. He said it made him more eloquent. Drinking too much of the stuff can make one lose consciousness, though, of course. And look! There were 2 glasses on the table! Uendo, I believe your master offered you some sake. And then you must have drank too much and passed out. And that's when your 4th personality, Owen, emerged. I drink sake? Oh, that's a good one. We have a real sweet tooth, you see, so yes, we did accept a sugary red bean bun. But since we really dislike sake, we said no thank you to that.
Believe it or not, we're real weak when it comes to booze. Even a tiny drop can knock us right out.
So you see, I had a sweet manager bun, but I didn't drink any sake.
What? But that can't be right.
The defense demands that these glasses be examined right away. You amateur. Did you really think I had not already done so? Your foolishness is beyond the pale.
Don't tell me.
There was no trace of the witness having touched either of the glasses, naturally.
Right, of course.
And will it be who tested those herself? Miss Cykes, would you like the witness's statement added to his testimony?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Very well. A sweet manager bun, but I didn't drink any sake. As far as Ueno knows, they didn't have any alcohol. The sweet manager bun is suspicious, however. Let's take a quick look at that crime scene photo, shall we? Uh-oh. I'm gonna check out here for a second because I just realized something. Notice that camel insignia, that half-eaten bun, and those buns all the way down here at the very bottom. Uh-oh. Wrapping paper on the box of the manju buns has the same pattern as the scrap paper on Typhoon's note was written on. Wait, could that be it? Of course.
Objection!
This shows what most likely made Uendo lose consciousness.
And that note. Are you feeling lightheaded, child? Or perhaps a bit peckish?
I'm not hungry and my head feels just fine, thank you very much. Look at the paper this note was written on. Isn't there something familiar about it?
What exactly is your point, defense? This faint design here reminds me of the paper from... Yep.
It's a piece of the wrapping paper found on the box of manju buns by the victim on the floor. Uendo, you may not have drunk any sake, but you did eat a sweet red bean bun, right?
Well, yes. That's right.
I don't know if you're aware of it or not, Uendo, but I believe the manju you ate caused you to fall unconscious.
The bean bun? But how?
Because those buns contain a secret ingredient. A very punchy secret ingredient at that.
A punchy secret ingredient?
Yes. The design of the wrapping paper matches that of something else in the room.
It does?
The design of this object matches that of the manju box's wrapping paper.
Take that!
The camel pattern. It's the same as the one for the camel brand sake.
Uh-oh.
So, just as Uendo said, he didn't drink any sake per se.
But he did eat some.
Impossible.
Uendo had a camel brand red bean bun, which boasts a nice shot of sake as one of its ingredients.
So the defense is claiming that Uendo passed out after consuming a camel sweet bun, which allowed a fourth personality named Owen to emerge. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. That's exactly what I'm claiming.
But there's one thing that bothers me. Wouldn't the alcoholic content of the buns evaporate as they are steamed? In order to give them a stronger flavor. Some manju are especially made to retain as much of their alcoholic content as possible.
What kind of lightweight do you think I am? Even I wouldn't pass up from eating a simple manju. Then how about we test that theory? What do you say, Your Honor?
The seeing is believing, as they say. Very well, I will allow a test.
Thanks, Your Honor. Simon, go buy some camel manju on the double. And don't forget to get me one too, okay?
Why must I? And while you're at it, Prosecutor Blackquill, you will get one for me as well. Not the courthouse stable boy you know.
Taka!
But just this once, I'll acquiesce. Taka, I'm counting on you.
Atta birdie.
And all of you had better pay me back. But I thought it'd be your treat, Prosecutor Blackquill. What a shame. And now then, let us adjourn until the manju arrive by Carrier Hawk. Court will reconvene as soon as Taka returns.
Sure thing. And now I will take a quick second to actually properly save. To be continued in the next chapter. Shift. I forgot to... whoops. I meant to put the new slave slot. Oh well. Oh well, I'll just overwrite the save slot because it's never that big of a deal. Alright, I know it's just been an hour, but this next part's going to be a little bit, and I need to go and get some stuff taken care of. So with that said, and that in mind, since this might be the last time I get to do this, I'm going to go to an intermission. When we come back, the conclusion of Turnabout Storyteller. Back in a few.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I had just received a notice that I forgot to put my dinner order in for tonight, so I went to go and get that taken care of really quickly. And I think I did that all in good time as well, because we are about like 5 or 6 minutes into my break, so... Holy crap, it's still going tonight. Cool. Watch it be my luck that I finish this and I can still raid him tonight. But I'm going to be prepared for plan B just in case. Just gotta find my plan B as well. Well, a streamer, backup streamer to go and raid tonight if they are not going to be live. But anyway, let's have a quick little chat before I pick things back up, shall we? First of all, regardless if you can chat with us tonight or not, I do appreciate you dropping on by. I, of course, do have a few quick things that I want to address. First of all, we have a special offer for those of you that are hiding in the chat. If you would like a free Lurkers shoutout, once per stream you can type in the command !lurk in the chat, and we'll give you an audible thanks for dropping on by. For those that are watching us live, we do have the VODs channel for all of our streams that are replayed onto YouTube as well. We'll be uploading streams from the Apollo Justice Trilogy, Windcraft, and everything else in waves, and scheduling out the VODs to not clog up the YouTube feeds. Schedule for the YouTube VODs as of tonight. All of the Dual Destinies videos are out. The first video of, I believe it is Spirit of Justice, will be out next Wednesday, not Monday. In fact, I can go and pull up my schedule just so I can have that at a glance as well. So yeah, parts for Spirit of Justice will start on April 3rd, Wednesday. There'll be no upload again on Monday, April 1st, but on April 2nd, we'll be uploading the 2 streams from Windcraft just before Windcraft Adventure 3. Windcraft Adventure 3 will also be scheduled to upload on Tuesday, April 9th, and we'll try to get that to about a week before and try to keep that so we can get that all good and going there as well. Then Wednesday, Friday the 5th will be part 15. April the 8th will be part 16. The 10th will be when part 17 comes out. This part 18, will be live on YouTube on April 12th. And then Saturday, April 13th will be the finale of the Apollo Justice Trilogy on DMA Live Replayed. So with that, all 20 parts of the Apollo Justice Trilogy will be posted. We are going to end it at 20 parts officially. And our schedule for the next stream week is going to be as follows. Part 19 and Part 20 will be on Tuesday, Thursday, April 2nd and 4th, respectively. On Wednesday, April 3rd, we'll be doing Windcraft Wednesday number 3. DMA Live will be on the 5th. We'll cover various different things, including some stuff that has happened over the last couple of weeks I want to update on. We'll cover my thoughts about the Apollo Justice Trilogy as a whole, and then we'll highlight the start and officially launch the next game for you all on stream. First stream of the new game will be on April 6th, and that is going to take over for our Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday schedule. And I have been informed that there may also be Board of Directors on Sunday. I need to go and reach out tonight just to get confirmation, or at least start to get that all figured out. But regardless if it happens tonight or not, all the archive VODs from Board of Directors past will be published on Sunday, April 7th onto both Twitch and YouTube. So do be expecting that as well. It is also with your help that I do want to thank you all for helping me exceed 20 followers at this present time. I am working towards a goal of reaching 25. Upon reaching the goal, I will be revealing the next name of the game that I'm targeting for April game cleaning. I'm currently working out some other incentives and bonuses, including adding in a donation goal for some commissions to be, so do be looking for that to come in the next few weeks and months. And then lastly, our community Discord server, the Metro Realm, is now once more open to the public. If you would like to join the server, make sure to go to metrorealm.net/discord or type in the command !Discord into the chat, as I will dutifully do right now. You'll get the link to that right there and there as well. With that said, I believe Taka should be coming back to us anytime now with those buns. So, I've got my dinner ordered for tonight, but let's get right back into this and see exactly what's going on with everyone at the case. So I'll bring myself back in here. There we go. May 13th, District Court, Courtroom number 4. So to cut a long story short, Taka returns with the manju buns, and there's definitely alcohol in them. No one could possibly be lightweight enough to get drunk off of one of these. No one except Uendo, whose speech slurs, body sways, and face will flush as the three personalities rotate rapid fire in drunk confusion. Now that the sweet buns have arrived, this court is back in session. Come on, Uendo, eat up. Nice flavor. You can barely taste the sake. That was delicious. Yes, a unique sweetness and the faint aroma of sake. Yet, I hardly think that anyone could pass out from eating something like this. What's the matter, Uendo? You're not afraid of a tiny manju, are you? Or you're scared of how many calories it has? Don't be ridiculous. A sweet little snack like this couldn't possibly... I mean, it could never. Less bleeding, more eating, witness. Fine, whatever. Come. See? I told you. Don't affect me in the slightest. We might be live, mate. But come on. Nobody's that light. Seriously. Nobody gets drunk off of one little bun. It looks like it worked. Oh my, witness, please tell the court your name and occupation. Oh. Oh, my name is Owen. I'm 5. You're 5 years old? Am I in trouble? Are you still yelling at me? Ooh. So he's Uendo's 4th personality. I hardly think a child like him could have a motive to commit the murder. And even if he had a motive, could he have actually committed the murder? That is a very good point. Owen does appear to be very timid and weak. It would seem the defense was hoping this hidden personality would be the real killer. But now that he is standing here before us, it is clear that none of Uendo's personalities can be the killer.
can even go from here. Shisho. Owen, do you know something about what happened to your master? Come on, buddy. Won't you tell Auntie Athena what happened? Wow, what a scary lady. I'm not scary. Look at Auntie's big smile. Tell me about your master, please. Pretty please, with sugar on top? Okay. Shisho was super nice. He always played with me. Just like a real grandpa. I love Shisho.
Athena, do you sense anything behind his words?
I sense sadness. Sadness so pure it's heart-rending, but no discord.
Prosecutor
Simon is right. Owen isn't the killer.
But then, don't you find it odd?
Find what odd?
Let's review what we've learned thus far. Uendo rearranged the Karuta cards to pin the blame on Bucky.
Well, that's because the original message implicated Owen. But Owen is only 5 years old and absolutely adores Master Tornado.
Exactly. The other 3 personalities also have no motive for murder. And that if Owen isn't the true culprit, then a person who first laid out the cards
probably wouldn't have been Master Tornado. So then, who did it?
Defense? Did the appearance of Owen help you figure anything out?
Yes, Your Honor. I now know who it was that first laid out the cards.
But I thought it was the victim, right?
No, Your Honor. I don't believe it was. The one who first arranged the Karuta cards on the table was none other than the true killer. I believe the person who laid the cards out is the very person who killed Typhoid Tornado.
How quickly you move on to a new target when your Owen theory proves false? You Pokunkin.
I don't know what a Pokunkin is, but I know I'm definitely not one. And before you start with your sermons, why don't you hear me out?
Let's hear the defense's reasoning. Please proceed, Miss Cykes. But if you aren't bluffing, I won't go easy on you.
I understand, Your Honor. Now then, please recall the original crime scene. Who did the Karuta card's name when the scene was discovered?
Let's see. I believe they implicated the defense, Bucky what?
That's right. But then we found out that the message originally read Owen 4th.
Which implicated a young boy, Owen.
Exactly. The person who rearranged the cards is undoubtedly Uendo.
Uendo may have kept silent, but we can be sure he already knew his master was dead. His tampering with the crime scene using the TV all but proves it.
I confess. I tampered with the crime scene.
The reason Uendo rearranged the Karuta cards and moved the TV was because he saw the Owen 4th message and was convinced that Owen had committed the crime.
Right on, Prosecutor Blackquill. It would seem that Owen and the other 3 personalities don't share the same memories. But really, there is no 4th personality. It's just the 3 of us in here. You would have feared that Owen had killed Master Tornado, so we tried to hide Owen from us. Oh.
But it turns out, Owen is but a 5-year-old child, incapable of hurting a fly, let alone his beloved master.
So naturally, the culprit must be somebody else. And this somebody else, the true culprit, the true killer, tried to pin the crime on Owen. And now the plot thickens.
I see. That does make sense.
Objection.
And that is not but conjecture composed of half-truths and fantasy. Who, then, do you maintain murdered the victim?
I believe Owen might know something about that.
Objection.
I refuse to allow such impromptu testimony, and from a 5-year-old no less. Such a young child is incapable of producing anything coherent.
Objection!
But your desperation is disgraceful. You should realize when it is time to let it go, and I saw it. I saw Shisho getting... Owen! You do know something, don't you? Yeah? Oh my, is this true? If so, we must have Owen testify immediately. Don't you agree, Prosecutor Sadmari? That's all right, Owen. Go ahead and tell us what you know. Shisho was standing with a knife on his hand. Blood was dripping onto Shisho's face, getting it all red. I couldn't move at all. I was so scared, I passed out. This is eyewitness testimony from the moment of the murder. Owen, can you tell us anything else about what you saw? I was so scared. Oh, so scared. Owen! His emotions are spiraling out of control. Something must have really frightened him. Is he alright? His emotions are running wild because he's trying to recall something frightening to him. I recommend a therapy session right away. Yeah, I see. Yes, please do whatever you can to help the poor boy. Will do, Your Honor. I better find the cause of these out-of-control emotions pronto. Well said, Athena. Shisho was standing with a knife in his hand. Blood was dripping onto Shisho's face, getting it all red. I couldn't move at all. I was so scared, I passed out. Wait a minute. Time of death was from suffocation. I think that's the cause of it.
Got it!
Yeah, blood was dripping onto Shisho's face. Blood? I don't remember seeing any blood in the crime scene photos. Besides, if the victim was standing upright, how could blood drip down onto his face? As I suspected, we all managed to obtain from this child is a tale he dreamt up. Ugh. I guess it's a little weird for blood to drip onto the body of the victim's face if he was standing up. Unless it dripped down from the ceiling or something. What do you think, Simon? I don't know. Owen's one confused and upset kid right now. So who knows how accurate his memory is. Maybe it's time for that thing instead. Huh? What thing? That thing you and your cohorts do. What do you call it? Rotate your thinking about? Oh, you mean turning your thinking around? Yes, whatever. It's the same thing either way. No, it isn't. Who's ever heard of rotating your thinking? I mean, rotate is... Hey, wait a minute. What? You know what, Simon? I think in this case, rotate just might work perfectly after all. Come again? All we have to do is rotate things by 90 degrees. When he saw his master, Owen must have been... lying on the floor. Naturally. Owen must have been lying on the floor when he witnessed his master's murder. What? That's the conclusion I arrived at when I rotated my thinking by 90 degrees. Which means that all of the visuals in my matrix were off by 90 degrees. And? This means Master Tanito was also lying on the floor, which solves another mystery.
And which mystery is that?
The mystery of how blood could have been dripping onto the victim's face. It becomes much easier to imagine how that could happen if he was lying down. Like somebody bleeding onto Master Tino from somewhere up above him. I remember now. Somebody was sitting up on top of Shisho. So trying to recall his master's bloody killer is what spooked Owen originally. The blood that stained the victim's face red came from the person sitting on top of him. The victim was holding a knife, so he likely nicked his attacker as he was fighting back. And this means his assailant was injured on their face somewhere, like the forehead, perhaps. Assuming the victim and his attacker were face to face, then yes. I see. So that is what happened. But if I recall correctly, the accused has a fresh bandage on his forehead, does he not? And that injury of Mr. Wet's is conclusive evidence that he committed this murder. What? Yeah. It seems you have dug yourself into a pit you cannot crawl out of. No! I figured out the reason for Owen's out-of-control emotions. All I did was raise further suspicion against my own client. What do I do now? What's the matter? You aren't thinking of throwing in the towel, are you? It looks so bad for Bucky. I mean, he had both motive and opportunity. Plus, he has an injury on his forehead. Your Honor, I sense that the defense is finally ready to let it go and move on.
Well, Miss Cykes? I understand that you don't want to give up on your client, but I won't allow you to prolong this trial without a good reason. Well, that lawyer did her best, but all the signs point to the defendant's guilt. Maybe it's time she gave up? She tried everything she could. I really don't want to back down, but...
Silence!
Athena. Are you having doubts about Bucky's innocence? Uh-oh. I wouldn't say that. It's just... Do you remember what you said to Bucky earlier this morning? I mean, you believe me, ma'am? Of course. No matter what, I'll believe in you to the very end. Were those just empty words? Of course not. It's just that all the cards are stacked against us. Are you still stuck on that line of thinking? Motive, opportunity, and an injury to his forehead. Is that all it takes to make you stop believing your client? Tell me again, who are you to Bucky? I'm his Miss Chickadee lawyer. Then do your duty and believe in him until the very end. I will. Simon's absolutely right. I'm Bucky's lawyer, and he's depending on me. Defense team, please. No fighting in my courtroom. The defense is ready to resume, Your Honor. Prosecutor Blackquill was just giving me a pep talk, that's all. Thank you, Prosecutor. I didn't do it for your sake. I did it for the future of Wet Soba. Yeah, I got it. The defense would now like to continue with Owen's therapy session. Owen, would you be alright with that? Okay. So... Somebody was sitting up on top of Shisho, bleeding from their head, and smooshing something into Shisho's face. Well, that's funny. What is it? I still hear discord in Owen's voice, but I don't sense any inconsistencies between his statements and his emotions. And there don't seem to be any contradictions in his testimony itself, either. So that's it, huh? Did you figure something out? Your ability to sense emotions is making you focus too much on his feelings, Athena. But there's actually something he's being very vague about in his testimony. If you can clarify what he's feeling uncertain about with some evidence, you should be able to move forward from there.
Okay, that makes sense. I'll give it a try. I'll just update the moon matrix with the new information, and then we'll be ready to go.
So we just need to present some evidence on what Owen is being vague about, huh?
Fair enough.
Shisha had blood on his face and a knife in his hand. He was on the floor and somebody was smooshing something into his face. I couldn't move at all. I was so scared. I passed out. Victim was making soba noodles from scratch in the dressing room. The room was covered in soba flour. There are 2 drink cans in the fridge. The TV can be used to monitor the stage from the dressing room. You think it's possible that could have been that? Yeah.
Objection!
Let's put a name to the thing Owen's uncertain of, shall we? By identifying the murder weapon that was used to suffocate the victim. Fortunately for us, I spy the murder weapon right there in this crime scene photo.
Unfortunately for you, I spy nothing of the sort. And the police did not spy anything of the sort during their investigation either. So pray tell, where is this murder weapon that you see?
You don't see it because it's no longer the way it looked. You don't see it because it no longer looks the way it did when it was used as a weapon. This is what the killer pressed into Master Tornado's face.
The noodles.
Of course.
Take that!
The mystery person that Owen saw pressed soba into the victim's vase, thereby suffocating him.
I grow weary of your tasteless jokes. How could anyone commit murder with soft, delicate soba? The noodles would instantly fall apart if they were pressed into someone's face. Yes, I agree.
Well, I disagree. There is a way that the soba could have been used to suffocate the victim.
What? You explain your theory at once, Miss Cykes.
To kill Master Tornado, the culprit must have smothered him with uncooked soba noodles. Or uncut soba noodles. The culprit must have used the soba before it was cut into noodles. In other words, the murder weapon was raw soba dough.
What? Order! Order in the court! Yeah, soba dough could definitely be used to suffocate someone, couldn't it?
Are you alright, Prosecutor Simon?
I was just letting the soul of the victim know that the accused will finally face justice, thanks to the foolish lawyer before me.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Allow me to summarize your statements. As the accused was killing the victim, he was slashed in the face by the victim's knife. The weapon he used to suffocate the victim was the dough in the dressing room. He then disposed of the murder weapon by cutting the soba dough into noodles. Dang it! Why, you smarmy! And afterwards, the accused put the victim's face into the bowl of soba noodles and broth to wash off the blood that had dripped onto the victim's face from his own. And there you have it, the true sequence of events behind this foul affair.
Now wait just a minute. I'm once said that Mr. White was a culprit.
Who but the accused knows how to cut dough into noodles, defense?
Gag!
That is a very good point, Prosecutor Sadmani. I heard that cutting soba dough into uniform noodles requires considerable training. But then what about the dying message? Now how do you explain that? The defendant wouldn't have known about Yuendo's Owen personality. Perhaps the victim was simply playing with the cards, and they hold no other meaning. Perhaps he spelled out Owen's name in jest, sometime before his murder. That's true. From Moment's testimony, it's clear the Master Tenito cared for the boy. It appears we've arrived at a compelling conclusion. Taken together, all of these points paint a convincing picture of the defendant's guilt.
Hold it!
Owen, is there anything else you can tell us? It doesn't matter how small of a detail, anything will do. Oh, you're scaring me. Oh, I'm sorry, Owen. Athena didn't mean to raise her voice. To be gentler with him. I can't forget he's only 5 years old. No need to be scared, okay, sweetie? Just tell us anything you can remember. Well, when I woke up, the person who killed Shisho was standing over me, bleeding from their head. Owen! You saw the killer's face? Oops, I did it again. So, who was it, Owen? Do you remember? Oh, I don't know who it was. Making up some noise. It means there's still something to uncover in Owen's testimony.
I don't know what Owen saw, but suffice it to say, we are analyzing the dreams of a child. You've wasted enough of our time, defense. Let it go and move on.
Like hell. No! There's still discord in Owen's heart that needs to be addressed. Therefore, I can't give in here.
Owen, do you think you can continue your testimony for us?
Okay. I'll enter the new info and run a quick update then.
Shisho had blood on his face and a knife in his hand. He was on the floor and somebody was smushing dough into his face. I couldn't move at all. I was so scared I passed out. And when I woke up, the person who killed Shisho was standing over me.
Hang on a minute. Where'd that come from? Happiness, right on statement 6. Well, despite witnessing the culprit's terrible crime firsthand, Owen experienced a positive feeling. One of relief?
The person the witness saw was no stranger. Rather, it was the accused. And therefore, it is only natural that he felt some level of relief when he saw a familiar face. In defense, end this madness and sully your soul no more.
Owen, who did you see? That nice smell. I love the smell of that perfume. Of that perfume? Hold it! It's a smell of... You can do it. Try to remember, Owen. The smell of... Ooh. Owen!
It seems Owen is resting in the infirmary. They certainly have their hands full today down there. Now then, let us continue with this trial. Despite Owen's testimony, it is the opinion of this humble servant of the Holy Mother that the child's words were insufficient to clear the accused of suspicion.
But what about the scent of perfume Owen mentioned? I believe it's a clue that will lead us to the true suspect.
But there are thousands of perfumes in the world. It could even be the scent of the hair product the accused uses. He does have one amazing hairstyle, so that's certainly possible. The witness is a 5-year-old boy. He cannot tell the difference between conventional perfumes and hair products.
Arg! Why couldn't you have gone for a more crew cut or something, Bucky?
And what's more, the only person who can cut soba noodles with such precision is the accused, and no other.
Oh man, how am I supposed to argue with that?
And so, the person Owen saw at the scene of the crime can only be the accused, Bucky Wet.
Hold it!
Huh? Hmm? What the?
Hey! I never use hair products or anything with a smell. If I wore something like that that smelled good to the soba, boom, check it. Mr. Wed? Aren't you supposed to be resting in the infirmary? Whatever. You think I let my soba stink of perfume? Try that chilled soba for yourself and see.
I believe we have no choice but to try it. Strictly for examination purposes, of course. And now then, let us dig in, shall we? That was delightful. Well, I'm satisfied that there are no traces of hair products or perfumes in Mr. White's soba. First, sweet bean buns, and now savory soba. What a delectable child this has been. And I had to do this all while waiting for dinner. God damn it. And this texture is different from the soba I had the other day. It reminds me of a dish we have in Korean called banupun.
What you think, Miss Chickadee? Our soba's pretty good, isn't it? It is delicious. Don't you think so, Simon?
It still pales in comparison to his late father's cuisine.
Simon! Why you always gotta be so hard on me?
Bailiff, take the defendant back to the infirmary at once for some rest.
Rest? Hey! I ain't a lump of plain old wheat udon dough, you know. I'm fresh like my soba. You don't let sourdough rest. It's about the 3 freshes of soba. Grind the seeds fresh, cut the dough fresh, and boil the noodles fresh.
Good grief, what a defendant.
Yes, Bucky wasn't the source of the perfume smell. Wait, smelly perfume.
It looks like you remembered something.
The phrase smelly perfume reminds me of a certain somebody.
Who? And who might that be?
There's only one person that comes to mind. The phrase smelly perfume reminded me of this person.
Take that!
Gero Tenido. Yes, she did smell very nice, didn't she? Just a moment, defense. You would throw suspicion on Gero now because of a scent? Your Honor, there's no need to go along with these ever-changing claims of the defense. I suppose their claims have been awfully inconsistent.
But Gero could have been at the crime scene.
Yes, but...
You'll get to see those balloons of hers if you call it back to the witness stand.
How vulgar. His Honor is not interested in such things. You sure about that? Setting the matter of her balloons aside entirely, I do believe it's appropriate to ask her some questions, given the circumstances. Now, this has nothing to do with her balloons, of course.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, Kunka.
Thank you for calling this disciple of Tanita School of Raku-GO back to our encore. It's me, the balloon artist you all know and love, Guru Tanito. 1, 2, balloon.
What wonderful balloon artistry.
Your Honor, please.
And now then,
Now then, what would you like me to make for you this time? Actually, I called you back for more testimony. But I'm all tired out. This case has left me completely deflated.
of course she's gonna use balloon puns. I should have known.
What, you didn't find that funny? Anyway, what exactly is going on, Simon?
It seems the person who murdered Master Tornado was wearing perfume.
And you were the only person I could think of who wears perfume. Wait, you mean I'm a suspect though?
Hero, you knew about Owen, right?
Well, yes, I often play with him at Shisho's request.
So that means you could have left a fake dying message, right?
What? Just because I wear perfume and know Owen, you think I'm a murderer? Oh, how could you?
The witness is absolutely right. With no evidence but the distorted memories of a small child. This is outrageous of the defense to accuse this woman.
That's right. You don't even have any proof.
You may step down from the stand, Giru. The defense does not have one scrap of evidence that connects you to the crime.
Wait just one moment. I may not have proof, but Owen's testimony still...
Enough! Please feel free to leave, Giru.
But I'm so close. There must be something I can do. Well, if the prosecutor says it's okay, then I guess I'll be going now.
Silence.
Hoi, Giru. You're an entertainer, aren't you? Once you go on stage, it's your duty to complete your performance, is it not? So what are you doing, leaving halfway through? Busted!
There's a bandage on Giru's forehead. And since we know the Master Tornado's killer has a cut on their face somewhere...
Impossible.
How did you know, Simon?
I didn't, but I had to take a chance and see for myself. Otherwise, your theory would remain a groundless accusation.
Your Honor, Prosecutor Simon, instead of perfume injury on the forehead, these things are completely consistent with Owen's testimony. In short, the mysterious individual Owen saw in the dressing room could have been Giro.
Miss Cykes, does this mean that you are formally indicting the witness for the murder of Typhoon Tornado?
Talk to them.
Should your accusation prove to be false, I hope you are prepared to pay the price in full.
Simon, what price is he talking about?
I thought that should be obvious. Prosecutor Sadmonk is saying he'll see to it that you never stand in a court of law again. I must say, though, he knows how to make a trial interesting.
Just whose side are you on, Simon?
Go on, then. Into the deep end with you. You really have but one choice anyway. Well, Miss Cykes, I'm waiting.
With regards to the witness Giratino, the defense wishes to
There's no reason for me to hold back. Not if I really believe in my client. The defense wishes to formally indict Kira Tanito for the murder of Taifu Tanito. I have tried to be merciful, but now, not even your pleas will reach the Holy Mother's ears. You will have plenty of time to regret your decision in the pit of hell. Except that I won't need to. The person who murdered the victim was not Mr. Webb. It was Hiro Tanito. That banishes. It's just from a silly flip-up I made while cooking yesterday. That's all. What kind of extreme cooking were you doing to cut yourself on the forehead? Well, what can I say? That's what happened. You also don't have an alibi for the period before 4 p.m., do you, Giro? But I really didn't know anything was wrong until Shisho was found dead. If you don't believe me, then with a twisty twist, and the balloon. There you have it, an adorable little piggy. How could you suspect a cutesy little balloon artist like me, Giro, I've been meaning to say this for a while, but could it be that you don't have an eye for balloon art? Don't you think I know that? You didn't have to come out and say it. I'm the daughter of a creative Raku-GO artist. I never wanted to do stupid balloon art. I was supposed to be a Raku-GO storyteller too, just like my late daddy. But Shisho told me to do balloon art instead. I guess the victim thought she had no talent as a Raku-GO artist either. So you're still gonna suspect a poor little thing like me? Please stop trying to skirt the issue. It all comes down to the scent of perfume and the cut on your forehead. You and the culprit in Owen's testimony share these two traits. You're dead set on accusing me, aren't you? Well, here's what I have for naughty little girls like you. With a twisty twist. I'm gonna catch you, witch! Go ahead, make me testify all you want. When the truth's revealed, it'll be your balloon or mine that goes pop. Got it? Oh my, is this yet another hidden personality? Simon, is everybody in the tornado school like this? How should I know? Yeah, I visited the dressing room during this time to make a courtesy call after my act. Shisho and Owen were in there, but they were both snoring up a storm. I saw the note Shisho left, so I just left. Didn't want to disturb him, you know? The perfume Owen smelled must have been left over from when I visited. So, Kira's saying she went into the dressing room but then left right away. Don't take her at her word. Come on, do you really think I would? I'm just trying to figure out how to get her to talk about what really happened. Now then, Miss Cykes, you may proceed with your cross-examination. What we did before the murder. Yeah, I visited the dressing room during that time and made a courtesy call after my act. Shisho and Owen were in there, but they weren't both snoring up a storm. I saw the note Shisho left, so I just left. Didn't want to disturb him, you know.
Hold it!
Where did you find your master's note? I don't know. I can't remember. Did you notice anything else unnatural or out of place in the room? Well, there was the sake and half-eaten manjo on the table. But I didn't see anything else out of place or out in the room, though. Oh, is that a fact? Of course it is. What do you think? And you didn't change anything around while you were in there? I didn't do anything. Look, I'm telling ya. I didn't see anything funny near Shisho, and I didn't touch anything in the room. Your boldness. I request that Giro's last statement be added to her testimony. Simon! What's a statement like that going to do for us? Just play along and you'll soon see enough. I have no problem with adding that to the testimony, but how about you, Miss Cykes? I have no problem with it either, Your Honor.
So what is Simon thinking? I didn't see anything funny near Shisho and didn't touch anything in the room. Well, that's funny. If that's the case, then who laid out the Kuruda cards? Only Typhoon, Endo, and Giru knew about Owen. Endo wouldn't have implicated one of their own personalities, and Bucky had no idea Owen even existed. Typhoon was already dead, which means that only leaves you as the only possible individual who could have first laid out the cards as such.
Objection!
Giru, you said that you didn't notice anything odd or unusual near your master. You also said you didn't touch anything in the dressing room. That's right. What about it? Then I wonder who left that dying message with the Kuruda cards. What are you going on about? It had to have been that Bucky. Sorry, but that's not possible. Because only 3 people knew of Yuendo's personalities. Yuendo, your master, and you. Dig!
If Bucky had left the Kuruda message, he wouldn't have spelled out Owen. He would have spelled out Yuendo.
What it boils down to is this. As a member of the Tornado School, you, Gira Tornado, are the only one who could have left that dying message. And as a person who left that message, it's clear that you are Master Tornado's killer. Will you ever quit your yapping?
You are like wretches clinging to the spider thread of salvation. Allow me to cut that holy thread from the heavens and bring you back down to earth.
Wouldn't you quit butting in whenever things start going my way?
Silence, child. Silence, child. Playtime is over.
What did you say?
As a witness stated, she went into the dressing room and soon came back out again. But the victim's note was not the only reason she left with such haste. There was another reason that compelled Giro to leave at once. Giro, would you please relate said reason to the court?
There was a reason why Giro had to leave the dressing room? Well, I didn't want to show you this, but I guess I got no choice. Keep your eyes peeled, because here it comes. Your hand is swollen on red. What happened, Giro? If you must know, I'm allergic to buckwheat. What?
Allergic reactions to buckwheat can vary, though they're usually on the severe side. With Teifu Tornado making soba noodles in his dressing room, Giro's lucky to still be alive, considering all the soba flour that was swirling in the air.
Good thing I left pretty quick. I managed to escape with just a mild reaction. Had to touch Shisho as he was being carried away. And look what it did to my poor hands! Must have been soba broth in his clothes or something. If I'd inhaled any of that soba flour, I'd had a seizure, and it'd been good night Giru. I never could have stayed in that dressing room for very long.
A person allergic to buckwheat couldn't be in a room with soba flour in the air. And certainly couldn't use soba dough as a murder weapon either.
This is good.
You knew it would come to this, didn't you? And that's why you never mentioned her allergy. As if I would do anything so underhanded. I was simply trying to protect the privacy of this witness.
I'm sick of all these accusations. Why don't we just testify and get it all out in the open, yeah?
Yeah, something about that. Giru's buckwheat allergy.
If I come into the slightest contact with buckwheat, I get an allergic reaction. And with that much soba flour in the air, that room could have literally killed me. Look at my hand. Just touching Shisho's body caused this much damage. There must have been soba broth on his clothes. So I never could have committed that murder in the dressing room.
Seems that she's not lying about the buckwheat allergy, at least.
I still can't believe it. Nobody told me she had a soba allergy. Did you know, Simon?
It doesn't look like I knew. Protect the privacy of the witness. My foot. What a dirty trick.
Now what do we do?
There's only one thing to do. Put Prosecutor Sadmonk to shame with your cross-examination.
Right. No matter how small, I'll find us an opening and break her testimony down.
Unfortunately, this is going to be one of those long-ass cross-examinations where we are pressing everything.
Oh, god damn it,
Lord of
Navasa!
Nevada. Welcome Lord Navasa and your 2 raiders.
God damn it, Navasa! Why did you trip stream elements? Ah. Hold on.
I should have figured that would have happened.
This is why you don't go all caps, because Stream Elements gets really ticked off on my stream. Anyway, welcome Lord Navasa. Lord of the Never Again doing double cubes raid. Yeah, no shift, Sherlock. Guess what? I was meant to be done with this thing about 6 minutes ago, and I'm still running over on time. So... Yep, and yeah, you just got bumped over to my stream. God damn it, of course. Alrighty. Hi there, everybody. Welcome. Welcome, Raiders from Lord of Nevada. Actually, I do want to take a quick pause here because I want to replay that alert. Because that alert got kind of cut off. Hang on, we're going to go on over to the scene real quickly. I'm going to replay that alert because I did something special with this alert. It says Lord of the Nevada.
Lord of the Nevada. Welcome Lord Navasa and your 2 raiders.
It's not often that I can raid you. Yeah, I know. Usually I'm the one who's raiding you. And I was gonna raid you tonight, I swear. But unfortunately, I had a late start because my capture card glitched out hardcore. And I had to start at 5 instead of 3, so... everything got all messed up. But hi, everybody. For those of you that are tuning in, a few of you, I am Dan Metro Arnold, also known as DMA. We are working through Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy, and we are almost through Turnabout Storyteller. This is literally the final cross-examination that we're getting to right now. So, again, you came in at the perfect time. So, with that said, so if you come into the flight of contact with that much soba flour in the air, that room could have literally killed me. Yeah. Alright, I think we were just about ready to press everything, so.
You're not lying about the soba allergy of yours, right? Of course not! I swear on the grave of my father up in heaven! I can even get a doctor's certificate if you want. She seems to be telling the truth. I've had this allergy for as long as I can remember. But I never dreamt in a million years it'd clear me of murder.
And you'll come out of this smelling like a delicate buckwheat flour to boot.
Well said, Your Honor.
Oh great, now we've got the New Yorker accent going in there. Whoops.
Every with that much soba flour in the air, that room could have literally killed me.
Hold it!
I'll give you there was quite a bit of flour scattered about in that dressing room, but you went in to pay your respects to your master regardless, right? How's Apollo going? Apollo's not in this chapter specifically. So, really quickly, Turnabout Storyteller, Apollo is dealing with Trucy and her magic show. Phoenix is still overseas, so it's literally Athena Cykes on the bench. And guess who's joining her alongside? You might guess from the title of the stream, but it's not that. It's game cleaning, not clean. There we go. Blackwill's True Turnabout. So it's doing good. I am almost through this chapter. 2 chapters left to go, and it's basically 2 parts of Turnabout Revolution, and then it's done. We're all aced out of this Ace Attorney trilogy. And yes, I am intending on using that pun, because reasons. So yeah, you plan to pay your respects to your master regardless, right? Yeah, but like I said, I came right back out. I mean, the soba making tool's right there. You better believe I was careful not to breathe any of it in. But you still could have committed this crime if you held your breath while doing it. Don't be ridiculous. I would have suffocated to death before Shisho did. Yeah, I guess you're right. Jeez, get a grip, will ya? Look at my hand. Just touching Shisho's body caused this much damage.
Hold it!
Maybe there's a twist here, like you're actually allergic to dogs, not soba? You kidding? Bring my little Jigimu in here. I'll hug and squeeze him like there's no tomorrow. I'm telling ya, I have a genuine honest-to-goodness soba allergy. Defense. The witness clearly has an authentic allergy to buckwheat. Any further deliberation on the matter would be meaningless, pointless, worthless. You heard the man, lawyer girl. All right, fine. I was just starting to think the same thing myself. Doesn't mean I have to like it, though. I probably got this allergic reaction on my hand here because I touched Shisho. There must have been soba broth on his clothes.
Hold it!
I have a question about that, actually. If you're allergic to soba, does that mean you're allergic to the noodle broth, too? Oh, the buckwheat from the noodles can dissolve into the broth, so duh. Touching soba broth can be just as deadly for me. Don't you know anything? What an amateur. I'm sorry. Do I look like a doctor to you? Look, anything that has soba in it or anything that has touched soba is like poison to me. So I never could have committed that murder in the dressing room.
Hold it!
So I just want to cover all my bases, but could the murder have possibly occurred somewhere other than the dressing room?
Objection.
That is out of the question. I even asking. You show your complete disregard for all we have discussed until now. Yes, I have to agree. The defense can't go around suggesting new premises without basis. Unfortunately for you, Shisho didn't take a single step from his dressing room around the time of the murder. Well, that is unfortunate for everyone. Gero could not have possibly committed this crime in a room where soba was being made. Finally, the time has come for the last rites of the victim to begin. What's put Mr. Right through at a time like this? Kids? There's only one thing to do! What are you smiling about? Has the pressure overwhelmed you? Nope. It's just the worst of times when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. I see, you have no rebuttal. And so the only thing you left to you is to smile. Oh,
That's where you're wrong. I do have a rebuttal. Turn your thinking around, Athena. Don't try to figure out how Giro, who is allergic to Soba, could have committed the crime. Figure out how Giro could be in that room and not have an allergic reaction instead.
Let me rest? Maybe if I have a lump of regular flour dough for udon noodles. But I'm fresh, like my soba, and you don't let soba dough rest. It's all about the three freshes. You grind the buckwheat seeds fresh, you cut the dough fresh, and boil the noodles fresh.
He's blacked out. It appears to have been written by the victim. Allow me to read it. Resting. Do not disturb. Yes, that's the note I saw. After reading that, who wouldn't think Shisha was napping? If you must know, I'm allergic to buckwheat. Mon Dieu! What if that certain piece of evidence doesn't mean what we think it means? If that's the case, I might be able to prove that Giro could have committed this crime. No matter how hard you search your mind, you cannot overturn the facts.
Well, Miss Cykes? If you have no further objections, I'll hand down my ruling.
True, I can't overturn facts, but what if we got our facts about a piece of evidence wrong?
Got our facts wrong? Just what are you talking about now? And which piece of evidence do you mean, Miss Cykes? Please point it out to this court.
This evidence proves that Giro could have killed her master, even with her soba allergy.
Take that!
Take that. It's Master Chinito's note!
The note?
Preposterous. What possible connection could there be between the witness's allergy and that note? The answer lies in the true meaning of this note.
Its true meaning?
This note does not mean I'm resting do not disturb, as we had assumed. But rather, it actually means this dough is resting, do not disturb it.
Wait a minute, Athena. That doesn't make any sense.
You're right, it doesn't. After all, as Bucky told us many a time, you don't let soba dough rest. Well, what's all this jibber-jabber got to do with anything? That's it. The home stretch. This note and Mr. Wet's words have led me to the conclusion that Master Chinito was not making soba noodles, was making something, a huge old mess of udon noodles. The victim, Taifu Chinito, was not making buckwheat noodles. He was making ordinary udon noodles himself, instead.
Okunka!
Only the flour in the dressing room wasn't soba flour, but plain old wheat flour for udon. So, actually, it was totally possible for Giro to be in that room and kill her master.
What? But if that's true, it changes everything.
Your Honor, the defense requests that the flour in the room be tested immediately.
Objection.
Soba noodles were found in the bowl, and Giro did have a reaction on her hand. But how do you explain those things? Well... Don't lose your nerve. Even if it were udon instead of flour instead of soba, you still cannot prove Giro committed the crime. But... Don't lose your nerve now. Keep charging forward or you'll feel my blade at your back. Enough with the threats already! I got it! Talk about pressure. Alright, Athena, take a deep breath and go over it again. I'm gonna revisualize the case from start to finish. I have to find conclusive evidence that Giro committed this murder. What was Master Chinito making in his dressing room? was making udon, clearly. By my logic, Master Tino must have been making udon noodles in his dressing room. But something at the crime scene indicates otherwise. What was found at the bowl on the table? Soba, clearly. Even though the master wasn't making soba, soba noodles were found at the scene. So that means the noodles had to have come from somewhere. Wait a minute. A mysterious serving of noodles. Soba noodles. That sounds familiar. Where did the soba in the bowl on the table come from? Master soba stock. The soba was from the master soba stock. The soba noodles found at the scene were from the master stock of uncooked noodles. But then, why would the culprit go out of her way to cook that soba and put it in the bowl? To hide the udon dough. The culprit wanted to hide the udon dough. Soba was found at the scene, so that means that the culprit must have taken the udon with her to hide it. But why did the culprit take the udon away to hide it? Must have been because she... Isn't it obvious? The murder weapon was udon dough. That's it! The udon dough was a real murder weapon that used to kill Typhoon Tornado. And the reason why no weapon was found is because Giro got rid of the dough somehow. The real murder weapon was the udon dough the victim made. If we can find this dough, that'll prove my theory correct. And undeniably prove Giro's guilt.
Objection.
Even if we could find this dough, what makes you think that it would prove that she is a one? Please recall Owen's testimony. Prosecutor Sabmati, if the injury on Giro's forehead was caused by the victim's knife, then Giro's blood must have dripped down onto the dough used as a murder weapon. That would make the dough pretty conclusive evidence, wouldn't you agree? But where is this conclusive evidence? Let us hear your theory on where this murder weapon is. Well, it's... If I can't find the answer to the evidence I have on hand, we'll lose this trial. So how did Giro get rid of the udon dough? Think, Athena. What do I have that points to the suspicious behavior on Giro's part? Chekhov's revolver. Lindo discovered the victim's body upon entering room. Before Becky came to the theater, Giro was outside feeding her dog a number of dumplings. The dog buried his leftovers in the yard. Checkmate. Now then, Miss Sykes, let's hear your answer. Where is the real murder weapon hidden? Nice barking you did there. I assume you have a bite to back it up? Stop distracting me, especially not right now. This piece of evidence can point us to the location of the hidden murder weapon. Oh, Simon, thank you for the assist.
Take that!
Giro! Huh? What is it? I'm just an innocent girl. I don't know anything about a murder. Stuff that cute act in your balloon hat. Giro got rid of the dough she used to kill Master Tornado in a bold and daring way. She did it right in front of Prosecutor Blackquill's nose by feeding it to her dog. Oh, Of course. Now it all makes sense. I was puzzled as to why Giro, who should know her own dog's eating habits, would feed Jigemu more than he could possibly finish. Your Honor, please order an investigation of the yard right now. And what should the police at the theater be looking for exactly? Jigemu must have buried his leftover dumplings somewhere around his doghouse. dumplings that Giro made out of the udon dough with her blood in it. This is preposterous. I want to thank you, Simon. If you hadn't kept me going, I might have given up along the way. What are you blathering on about? You still have work to do. Now, by your hand, finish this wretched case off, Athena. You got it! Hero, do you remember what you said would happen when the truth is finally revealed? When the truth's revealed, it'll be your balloon or mine that goes pop! Got it? Well, now the truth is out, it looks to me like it's your balloon that goes pop. Ah! Pokunka! I'm a Raku-GO artist. I was the one who's supposed to inherit the name. But then Shisho... Why are my balloons bursting? Daddy, are you mad at me? I've been a bad girl. Huh? You... I guess you could say, pop goes the weasel. Ooh. Are you ready to tell us now, Giru? The whole reason I entered the world of Raku-GO in the first place was to follow my father's wonderful footsteps and inherit his stage name. His stage name? You don't mean... Uendo Tonido. I knew I wasn't very good at storytelling, but I thought that if I did the stupid balloon thing like Shusha wanted, I'd inherit the name someday. But Master Tonido gave the name to his junior disciple. Yeah, that's why I took my revenge on Shisho during the show celebrating the name succession. So that was your entire motive? I doubt anybody else can understand, but inheriting my father's name was everything to me. It was my whole reason for living. Of all the days you could have taken your revenge, why did you choose the day of the show? Because I wanted to pay Uendo back for stealing what was rightfully mine. I wanted to pin the blame on him at the show where all the Tonido fans were gathered. But then Uendo tried to shift the blame onto Bucky Wet. And now we know the whole story. There's just one more thing I want to know. Did you know Master Tonido was making a udon in his dressing room yesterday? No, I didn't. When I saw the soba making tools, I was worried about my allergy. But it was my only chance to get my revenge from the two of them, so I went ahead and did it. So it was a premeditated crime, but in the end, you only went through with it on impulse. And then the allergic reaction on your hand. Is it from touching the sobo in the refrigerator with your bare hands? When you were tampering with a crime scene after your master's death? Yeah. By that time, I wasn't clear-headed enough to worry about my allergy. Giro. How could you do all this, you idiot? Giro, I get your desire to inherit your father's name, but what you really should have inherited from him wasn't his name, but his heart. His heart? Do you have anything to add, Prosecutor Sadmari? Any objections? No, Your Honor. Ms. Athena Cykes.
Yes?
That's the first time he's used my name. I shall be sure to remember your name.
Really?
It seems he finally recognizes you as a proper adversary.
Thanks. That's all I ask, Prosecutor Simon.
It looks like there are no further objections. Bailiff, can you please bring in the defendant? Ah, good. It seems you have made a full recovery. Now then, this court finds the defendant, Blackquill, not guilty. Court is adjourned.
And while I take a quick hydration break, let us go and have a quick little chat, shall we? May 13th, 11:55 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 6. Let's head on over to the scene, though, shall we? Let's have a quick chat. Skiru's main motive was to follow in her father's footsteps as a Raku-GO storyteller. In an effort to please her father and inherit the stage name, she took upon her balloon act. Despite that, the stage name was passed on to Udons, and not her. The murder was an act of revenge. Planning the murder for the day of the show was also intentional. It was done in order to cause the most damage to Udons, whom she implicated with the Karuta cards. On the day of the murder, she entered the dressing room not expecting to see the Soba making tools. Although unexpected, she continued undeterred, knowing full well that that was the only day to get her revenge. She had suffocated Taifu with the Udon dough, receiving a cut on her forehead in the struggle. And then she bled onto the dough. She cooked the dough into dumplings and fed much to her dog, and leaving the rest to be buried. The allergic reaction on her hand was due to a simple carelessness while she was doctoring the crime scene, planning the bowl of soba. Her plans of revenge stopped short when Wendo rearranged the Karuta cards, redirecting the blame onto Bucky. Thus, the truth was set to be unveiled in court by Athena. Naoda acknowledges Athena as a formidable attorney, and the judgment is passed on Blackquill, who is officially found not guilty. After the trial, we'll have some final words with Bucky. It turns out, some various different things have yet to be unresolved in this case. Congratulations, Bucky. I'm so glad you were found innocent.
Thanks for everything, Miss Chickadee.
But it still sucks that you were accused of a crime you didn't commit. Did Udons have an out for you or something?
I don't think so.
Udons said it was a spur-of-the-moment idea when he saw the Soba-themed cards.
Simon, where have you been?
I stopped in at Udons' questioning. Only you, Bucky, could get framed for a crime on a whim.
No way.
I almost got convicted out of convenience.
Well, at least you've been completely cleared of all charges, so buck up, Bucky. On a more important note, what I really want to know is, why didn't Master Tanito let Giro inherit her father's name?
What do you mean on a more important note, Miss Chickadee?
Don't be such a wet blanket. Just go with the flow. Now, come on. Do you think the Master was trying to encourage her to quit the entertainment business?
Nah, that's not it. He didn't give the name to her because he wanted Giro to find her own calling in life. To perform whatever she wanted without being bound by her father's name or Raku-GO. Making Udon was his way of showing his support for her in their new endeavor.
So that's why he called you to the theater, huh? To teach him how to make udon.
A more roundabout way I've never seen. But that's Master Tanito for you.
So this entire incident happened because of a misunderstanding? How sad.
By the way, Giro wasn't the only person Master Tanito was trying to cheer on. Even though the person in question still seems unaware of the Master's intentions.
What? You talking about me? Oh, come on, no way. All that old man ever did was criticize my soba.
That's not true, Bucky. There must be a way to make Bucky see just how much Master Tunio cared about him. It's by none other than the soba deed itself.
Take that!
Take a good look, Bucky. Whose name is on there as the holder of the title deed?
It's still in my name.
Master Tonito was just up to one of his tricks when he said he stole the shop from you. He was trying to force you to grow into a truly capable owner in your father's stead.
He probably used some tough love on you so that the shop wouldn't just go belly up.
I see. I never knew. Oh, Master Tonito, I'm so sorry.
Keep working hard, Bucky, and pay him back by living up to his expectations.
Thanks, Simon. And you too, Miss Chickadee. One day, my soba's gonna be so good it'll knock the old man's socks clean off. After all, I'm the 4th generation owner of Wet Soba, Wet Noodle number 4. Well, I better get back to my shop. I gotta get ready for the lunch rush.
Hold on. Can I place a delivery for... Can I place an order for delivery, Bucky?
Yes, Miss Chickadee?
Could you deliver a bowl of Udon to Gero on behalf of her master?
You got it. I'll make sure I got all the TLC Master Tonito packed in it too.
Thank you.
Well, see you. Be sure to drop by the shop sometime.
I will, and I'll bring the whole agency with me.
Do us all proud, Bucky.
I'll have the best soba in town waiting for you when you come. Peace out.
It's nice to see somebody giving it their all, isn't it? I wonder if I leveled up any thanks to this case.
And don't kid yourself. The trial would have been a spectacle and a half had it not been by your side.
You don't know that!
For a lawyer who's versed in psychology, you're too full of weak spots. You need to learn to analyze yourself more objectively.
Or you could just teach me some of your famous mind tricks, Simon.
No.
Why to shut someone down? And why not?
Because the more pesky lawyers there are, the harder my job becomes. So it's in my best interests for you to remain green forever.
Hey, what about what's in my best interests, huh? Besides, weren't you the one who had the wool pull over your eyes by your window?
Must you remind me? How could I have known you would do time, Soba?
Hey, speaking of time, Soba, I just thought of something funny.
Oh, goody. I can't wait.
Okay, here it is. In time, Soba, why didn't mole number 9 get counted? Come on, don't you know, Simon?
How should I know?
Because 789! Thank you. I'll be here all week. Roll on the floor laughing.
That I should have known. Come on. Let's go get Soba or something and go home.
Your treat?
I'll treat you to 50% of the tab. And don't forget, you still owe me for that manju.
Really, Simon? It wouldn't hurt for you to pay for me every once in a while, you know.
Quit squawking and start walking, Athena.
Hey, wait for me! I may have a ways to go as a lawyer, but just like Mr. Wright, Apollo, and Simon before me, I'm gonna get there someday. After all, I've inherited their passion for our courts and the law. Je peux le faire. I can do this. And that is the end of the trial of the Storyteller and Blackquill's true turnabout. So with that said, that is going to be it for stream. Next time on Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney Trilogy, beginning of the finale, and Turnabout Revolution. But for right now, I'm going to end things off with
Athena's theme. Courtroom Revolutionaire. So, that is it for stream, and I do appreciate you all sticking with me. I'm only over by about 40 minutes. So yeah, I wasn't planning on this being a long stream tonight, and I've got dinner coming in about an hour, so I need to hurry up and get my raid target figured out. Unfortunately, Plan A didn't work because he ended up raiding me, so I'm gonna have to go with Plan B. And... oh, you know what? Let's do this. Ladies and gentlemen, for tonight, we're gonna be rating Proton John. And specifically, whoop, not that one. We need End of Adventure. There we go. I need to go and update my schedule here. And get that all good to go. All right. So one last reading of the schedule as it shows up on screen. I will be live next Tuesday from 3 to 9 p.m. We'll be doing the start of the finale, part 19 of Apollo Justice Trilogy. Wednesday, we'll be at least going 3 to 6, possibly staying later and doing more Windcraft Wednesdays. Thursday, we'll be doing the finale of Apollo Justice Trilogy, and we will have a Friday stream, 5 to 7 p.m. Saturday, we are going to be starting the brand new game, and then Sunday, if it's still good, and I'm still doing some sort of streaming event for that, we'll be live at 6 to 9 p.m. for that as well. With that said, though, it is time for us to say hello to Mr. Proton John. Thanks for watching, everybody. And that is going to be the end of the stream. Good night, everyone.